I was 24 the first time I learned that distance isn't always measured in feet or miles, but in the creeping dread that can stretch a familiar path into an endless void. 24, fresh out of college, feeling invincible and just a little too cocky. I'd landed a job as a junior park ranger in the sprawling, rugged beauty of the Willow Creek National Forest, a place so vast and untamed it made the little state parks back home feel like manicured lawns. My official title was Seasonal Interpretive Ranger, which mostly meant I gave guided hikes, cleaned restrooms, and occasionally shooed away overly enthusiastic tourists from protected flora. But in my head, I was a wilderness expert, a rugged individual ready to tackle anything nature threw my way. The forest was my office, and my commute often involved dirt roads and the occasional deer darting across the path. My cabin, a rustic but cozy two-room structure, was nestled deep within the park's administrative section, about a 20-minute drive from the main visitor center. My shift usually ended at 5, leaving plenty of daylight to get back home. But every now and then, if a guided night hike ran late or a last-minute emergency called, I'd find myself driving the winding roads after sunset. There was one stretch of road in particular that always felt different at night. It wasn't dangerous, not really. No sharp curves or perilous cliffs, just a long straightaway leading up to the old iron bridge that spanned Miller's Creek. During the day, it was a blink-and-you-miss-it affair. You'd see the sunlight glinting off the water below, hear the gentle rush of the creek, and then you were across, back on solid ground in a matter of seconds. But at night, the whole experience changed. The bridge was a relic, built in the early 1900s, with a lattice of dark, rust-colored iron girders forming a tunnel over the water. There were no lights on it, of course, deep as it was in the wilderness. My headlights would carve out a stark, temporary path, illuminating only the immediate few yards ahead, the rest swallowed by the oppressive black. The trees on either side grew thick and close, forming an impenetrable wall of shadow. And the sound. That's where it truly began. During the day, the creek was a babbling companion. At night, its rushing water seemed to amplify, becoming a roaring torrent under the bridge, drowning out the gentle hum of my pickup truck's engine. It was an isolating sound, a thick blanket of white noise that swallowed everything else, including any sense of the world outside my small metal box. I'd crossed that bridge probably 100 times, day and night, never had an issue. It was just a bridge. But one Tuesday evening, after a particularly long shift helping a group of amateur astronomers set up their telescopes, I found myself heading back to my cabin around 9 o'clock. The moon was a sliver, hidden behind a thick shroud of clouds, and the forest was an inky blackness that felt heavier than usual. I remember thinking how tired I was, looking forward to a hot shower and my threadbare couch. My mind was already half asleep, running through the mundane tasks of tomorrow. As I approached the bridge, I instinctively slowed down, a habit I'd picked up to avoid any wildlife that might be out after dark. My headlights cut through the gloom, painting the old iron structure in a stark, almost skeletal light. I entered the bridge, the usual roar of the creek immediately engulfing the truck's sound. The rattling of the old metal under my tires, a familiar symphony of decay, joined the chorus. I kept my eyes fixed on the road ahead, following the narrow beam of my high beams. It was just a bridge. A few seconds and I'd be across. But as I drove, a peculiar sensation began to creep over me. It felt longer. I frowned, shaking my head slightly. No, that was ridiculous. It was a fixed structure, a set length. My speedometer was steady. My tired brain was playing tricks on me. Yet the blackness outside my windows seemed to cling. The iron lattice work stretched on, illuminated momentarily by my headlights before dissolving back into the abyss. Then I heard it, a small, almost imperceptible tap. It was soft, like a pebble hitting the undercarriage, but it was distinct, rising above the roar of the creek and the rattle of the truck. My hands tightened on the steering wheel. I told myself it was just a loose rock kicked up by my tires. It happened all the time, but even as I tried to rationalize it, a prickle of unease started at the base of my neck. That tap hadn't sounded like a rock. It sounded different. Like something on the bridge itself, something solid, something that shouldn't have been there. The bridge still seemed to stretch ahead, interminably long, the darkness outside the windows pressing in. And for the first time, as the small, unsettling sound faded into the roar of the water, I felt a seed of dread plant itself deep in my gut. The air in the truck cab felt suddenly thick, heavy, pressing in on me. My breath hitched, a small, involuntary gasp swallowed by the roar of the creek. My eyes, which had been fixed on the shrinking beam of my headlights, now darted to the rearview mirror. Nothing, just the inky blackness behind, stretching back into the impenetrable wall of trees. The tap, whatever it was, had been distinct, close, too close for comfort. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat trying to outpace the creek's endless rush. "Just a rock," I muttered, the words feeling thin and unconvincing even to my own ears. Had to be a rock, but the metallic, hollow sound of it, the way it had seemed to come from above or beside the truck, not beneath it, gnawed at my composure. My knuckles were white where I gripped the steering wheel, my body rigid. I forced myself to loosen my grip, to breathe. It was just a bridge, a perfectly normal, if old, iron bridge. I tried to speed up, to get off this structure that suddenly felt less like a crossing and more like a trap, but my foot, heavy with tension, barely pressed the accelerator. The truck, as if sensing my internal struggle, continued its steady, deliberate pace, and the bridge of it still stretched. It was an optical illusion, a trick of the mind caused by fatigue and the overwhelming darkness. It had to be. Then, just as I was about to convince myself, another sound. This one was different. Not a tap, but a faint, almost musical ping, like a loose cable vibrating or a small piece of metal striking another with a strange, resonant quality. It came from somewhere ahead, just out of the headlight's reach, and then was gone, swallowed by the ceaseless water. My blood ran cold. The hairs on my arms stood on end. My rational mind screamed that it was the wind, the old bridge groaning, but a deeper, more primal instinct screamed danger. I pushed the truck forward, my only goal to reach the other side. The seconds stretched into what felt like an eternity. Each clatter of the tires on the metal grating, each shudder of the old structure felt amplified, sinister. I squeezed my eyes shut for a split second, then snapped them open, chastising myself. Focus, get across. Finally, blessedly, the iron lattice began to thin, the trees on either side seemed to recede, and the headlights found purchase on solid, unyielding asphalt. I was off the bridge. A wave of dizzying relief washed over me, so potent it made my head spin. I actually slumped against the steering wheel for a moment, letting out a shaky breath I hadn't realized I was holding. My hands were trembling. My legs felt weak. I pulled over to the shoulder, the truck idling roughly, and took several deep, shuddering breaths. The roar of the creek, now behind me, began to fade into a more distant murmur, replaced by the chirping of crickets and the gentle rustle of leaves in the night air. The silence after the cacophony of the bridge was almost as unsettling. I sat there for a full minute, perhaps two, heart rate slowly decelerating, trying to make sense of what had just happened. "You're overtired," I whispered to the empty cab, my voice hoarse. too many late nights. Your imagination is getting the better of you. I tried to recall specific details of the tap, the ping. Was it possible a branch had scraped the side? No, the trees were well back from the bridge itself. Was something loose on the truck? I hadn't noticed anything rattling before, and the sound had come from outside, not from the chassis. No, these weren't satisfactory explanations, not for the creeping dread that still clung to me like a damp shroud. I finally pulled back onto the road, driving slowly, my gaze fixed on the rearview mirror, half expecting to see some spectral shape appear from the darkness of the bridge. Nothing. Just the moon, now peeking through a gap in the clouds, casting faint, silvery light on the winding road behind me. The drive home, usually a familiar and comforting journey, felt wrong. Every shadow seemed to deepen. Every rustle of leaves in the wind sounded like a whisper. My cabin, when I finally saw its welcoming glow in the distance, was a beacon of sanity. I practically bolted from the truck, fumbling with my keys, eager to be inside, behind locked doors. Once in, I flicked on every light switch, banishing the oppressive shadows that seemed to have followed me from the forest. The cozy, familiar space felt alien, too quiet. I went through the motions of making dinner, a quick sandwich I barely tasted, and then a long, hot shower, scrubbing at my skin as if to wash away the lingering sense of unease. But it wasn't just physical dirt I was trying to remove. The feeling of being watched, of something other existing just beyond the edge of perception, persisted. I kept glancing at the windows, at the closed door, half expecting to see a silhouette against the glass or hear another inexplicable tap. I tried to read to distract myself, but the words blurred on the page. My mind kept replaying the bridge, the endless darkness, the two distinct, unsettling sounds. It's nothing, I told myself again, louder this time, willing it to be true. You're a ranger. You've spent countless nights in the wilderness. You know what's real and what's not. But the certainty in my voice was gone, replaced by a desperate need to believe. Sleep that night was a restless, fitful affair. Every creak of the old cabin, every hoot of an owl outside, every brush of wind against the window pane sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. I dreamed of bridges stretching into infinity, of grasping iron hands reaching from the darkness, of a faint, mocking ping echoing through an empty void. I woke up several times, heart pounding, convinced I'd heard something just outside my bedroom door, only to find silence. The next morning, the bright light of day seemed to chase away the worst of my fears. The sun streamed through my window, birds chirped merrily, and the smell of pine filled the air. The events of the previous night felt distant, like a bad dream slowly dissolving in the light of day. I made myself coffee, the aroma a comforting anchor in reality, and forced myself to reevaluate. Okay, I said, addressing my reflection in the mirror, let's be logical. I was tired, working a lot of hours. The forest at night was inherently spooky. My imagination had simply run wild. The tap could have been a loose screw or bolt on the bridge itself, dislodged by the vibrations of my truck. The ping might have been a gust of wind catching a wire or a branch that I hadn't seen. The bridge did have a reputation for being old and creaky. It was easy to attribute supernatural qualities to mundane occurrences when your nerves were frayed. I even entertained the idea of a prank. Maybe some local kids knew my route and had tossed something small at the truck. It felt a little far-fetched, given the isolation of the bridge, but it was more plausible than anything otherworldly. By the time I left for work, I had almost entirely convinced myself. Almost. A tiny, insistent voice in the back of my mind still whispered it felt too real. It felt wrong. My shift was thankfully busy, filled with the usual duties, leading a group of retirees on a nature walk, clearing a fallen branch from a hiking trail, helping a lost tourist find their way back to the visitor center. The mundane tasks were a balm, grounding me in the tangible world. I avoided thinking about the bridge. But then, as afternoon bled into evening and my shift neared its end, the thought of the drive home began to prickle at my subconscious. I had to cross that bridge again. It was the only way to my cabin. "Hey, Sarah," Mark, one of the more senior rangers, called out as I was packing up my gear. "You heading out soon?" "Yeah, just about," I replied, forcing a smile. Mark was a grizzled veteran, decades older than me, with a face weathered by sun and wind. He'd probably seen it all in Willow Creek. "Good, got a message for you. They need someone to check the Millers Creek Trail markers tomorrow morning. Some reports of vandalism near the old bridge. Think you can swing by before your usual patrol?" My blood went cold again. Miller's Creek, the old bridge. Vandalism, I asked, trying to keep my voice even. Mark shrugged. "Yeah, probably some bored teenagers, but headquarters wants it checked. Just a quick look-see, make sure nothing's actually damaged, report back." "Sure, Mark," I said, a little too quickly. "No problem." He gave me a curious look. "Everything all right, Sarah? You look a little pale." "Just tired," I lied, waving a dismissive hand. "Long week." "Tell me about it," he chuckled, oblivious. "All right, see you in the morning." As I drove towards the bridge that evening, the sun still painting the western sky in streaks of orange and purple, a different kind of apprehension settled in. It wasn't the raw, primal fear of the night before, but a cold, intellectual dread. Knowing I had to go back to that specific spot tomorrow morning, to walk around it, to examine it up close, felt like an unavoidable confrontation. The bridge in daylight was, of course, just a bridge. The sunlight glinted off its rusty girders, the creek below babbled cheerfully, and the surrounding trees seemed less like an impenetrable wall and more like a vibrant, living ecosystem. I drove across it without incident, barely even registering the slight clatter of the tires. I made a concerted effort to appear casual, even to myself. See, nothing, just a bridge. But even as I drove away, a faint sense of unease lingered. The memory of the previous night's terror wasn't entirely erased. The next morning I woke before dawn, a restless energy buzzing through me. I dressed quickly, grabbed a quick breakfast, and was in my truck by 6 a.m., heading back towards Miller's Creek. The sun was just beginning to peek over the eastern ridge, casting long, dramatic shadows across the forest floor. The air was cool and crisp, carrying the scent of damp earth and pine. As I approached the bridge, I pulled over 100 yards or so before it, parking my truck off to the side. I grabbed my ranger vest, a small toolkit, and my sturdy hiking boots and began to walk. The trail entrance for Miller's Creek Trail was just past the bridge on the other side, but the vandalism reports had mentioned the area near the bridge. Walking towards the bridge in the early morning light felt entirely different from driving across it at night. I could see everything: the moss growing on the old iron, the fallen leaves caught in its lattice, the sparkling water of the creek below. It was beautiful in a rugged, untamed way. I walked onto the bridge, my boots echoing on the metal grating. I stopped in the middle, leaning against the cold iron railing, looking down at the rushing water. It looked so innocent, so natural. It was hard to reconcile this peaceful scene with the terror I'd felt just 2 nights ago. I started my examination, walking slowly, systematically. I checked the wooden planks that formed the walkway, looking for any signs of recent damage. Nothing obvious. I ran my hand along the thick iron girders, feeling their rough, rusted texture. I peered into the dark recesses of the lattice work, searching for anything amiss. Then, about halfway across, near where I estimated I'd heard the first tap, I saw it. It wasn't vandalism, not exactly, and it certainly wasn't a rock. Lodged between two of the thick, horizontal iron beams about shoulder height was a small, crudely carved wooden bird. It was roughly sparrow-sized, fashioned from a dark, smooth wood, unpainted, and looked old. Its wings were slightly spread, as if in mid-flight, and its head was tilted upwards. It was wedged in so tightly I had to really pull to get it out. I held it in my palm, turning it over. There were no distinguishing marks, no initials, no real artistry to it. It was just a wooden bird, but who would carve something like this and then wedge it into the side of an old bridge in the middle of nowhere? And why? As I examined it, my thumb brushed against its base. There, barely perceptible, was a small indentation, a fresh gouge in the wood. It was exactly the kind of mark that would be left if it had been struck by a glancing blow or had tapped against something hard. My stomach churned. This was the tap. This was what I had heard, but it didn't explain how it got there or why it was there at all. I looked around, a prickle of unease returning despite the daylight. There were no obvious signs of anyone having climbed up here, no fresh scuff marks on the iron. The bird was lodged in a spot that was difficult to reach without considerable effort or a ladder. And why would someone climb onto the bridge just to place a small wooden bird? My ranger instincts kicked in. This wasn't typical vandalism. This was peculiar. I tucked the bird into my pocket, making a mental note to report it, then continued my inspection. I walked the entire length of the bridge, checking every railing, every beam, every plank. Nothing else seemed out of place. I crossed to the other side, where the Miller's Creek trailhead began. There was a small, weather-beaten sign marking the start of the trail, and a basic information board. Everything looked normal. I started down the trail, following the winding path for a few hundred yards, checking the trail markers as Mark had instructed. They were all there, intact. As I walked back towards the bridge, my gaze swept the dense undergrowth and the towering trees along the creek bank. I was looking for anything, discarded tools, footprints, anything that might suggest human activity. But the forest floor was a tapestry of fallen leaves and pine needles, undisturbed. I reached the far side of the bridge, ready to head back to my truck. As I stepped onto the asphalt, something caught my eye, glinting faintly in the morning sun from the rocky bank below the bridge, almost directly underneath where the bridge touched down on this side. Curiosity overriding my lingering unease, I carefully made my way down the steep, slippery embankment. It was harder than it looked, loose rocks shifting under my feet. I had to brace myself against a thick-trunked tree to avoid sliding into the creek. What I found was even stranger than the wooden bird. Nestled in a small crevice between two large boulders, partially obscured by a clump of ferns, was a small, ornate metal bell. It was no bigger than my thumb, made of tarnished brass with intricate patterns etched into its surface. It looked ancient, almost like something out of a fairy tale, and attached to its clapper with a thin, almost invisible thread was a tiny, smooth white pebble. My heart began to pound again, a slow, heavy thud against my ribs. This was the ping. I was certain of it. The wind, or perhaps the vibrations of the bridge, had caused the tiny pebble clapper to strike the brass bell, producing that faint, musical sound. But why was it here, hidden, tucked away, almost purposefully placed to be found only by someone actively looking or by chance? And why would someone bother? It wasn't valuable. It wasn't graffiti. It was just an old bell. I carefully picked it up, marveling at its delicate craftsmanship. The thread securing the pebble was barely visible. It had to have been placed there recently, or it would have rotted away. I looked around the rocky alcove. There were no other objects, no other signs of anyone being there, just the natural churn of the creek, the smooth stones, the damp earth. I climbed back up the embankment, clutching the bell and the wooden bird. The daylight, which had been so reassuring just moments ago, now seemed to cast a harsh, revealing light on objects that shouldn't exist in this context. My logical explanations were crumbling. This wasn't an overtired mind. This wasn't a prank. This was something else. I got back to my truck, put the bird and the bell in a small plastic evidence bag from my kit, a habit ingrained from training, even if I wasn't entirely sure what crime had been committed, and headed straight for the visitor center. Mark was at his desk, sipping coffee. "Find anything at Miller's Creek, Sarah?" he asked, not looking up from his paperwork. I hesitated. How do you explain a wooden bird and a tiny bell? How do you explain the overwhelming sense of dread that accompanied them? "Actually, yeah," I said, pulling out the evidence bag. "Not exactly vandalism, but this." Mark looked up, a quizzical expression on his face. He took the bag, peering inside. He picked out the wooden bird first, turning it over in his fingers. Odd. A little carving. Kids these days, I guess." "No, Mark," I interjected. "It was wedged pretty high up between the girders, and it has a fresh impact mark on the bottom. I think it's what I heard hit the bridge the other night." He raised an eyebrow, a flicker of interest in his eyes. "The other night, you heard something." "Yeah, that's why I checked carefully. Then I found this." I pointed to the small bell still in the bag. This was hidden down on the creek bank, directly under the bridge. It had a tiny pebble tied to the clapper. I think it's what caused the ping sound I heard. Mark picked up the bell, examining it closely. His expression shifted from mild curiosity to something more serious. He was old school, seen a lot. He knew when something wasn't quite right. "The bird, a bell," he murmured, "and you heard them both." Yes, it felt really unsettling. The bridge felt much longer than it should have, and the sounds, they weren't random. They felt intentional. He put the items back in the bag, setting it carefully on his desk. He leaned back in his chair, folding his arms. "Miller's Creek Bridge, huh?" he said, his voice lower now. "Used to be a lot of talk about that place back in the day." I leaned forward. "What kind of talks?" He rubbed his chin, looking out the window for a moment, as if collecting his thoughts. "Just stories, old-timers' tales. You know, like every old landmark in a big forest. Folks used to say strange things happened there, things that couldn't be explained." "Like what?" I pressed, my heart picking up pace again. "Oh, disappearances mostly," he said, too casually. "Hunters who went missing, never found, campers who vanished. Always near the creek, always in that stretch of woods around the bridge. But the official word was always lost hikers, animal attacks, drowned in the creek. Nothing concrete, mind you, just whispers, the kind that spread in a small community." He looked at me, a serious, almost somber look on his face. "This bird and bell, they're unusual, Sarah. Not what you typically find. And your feeling about the bridge, I'm not going to dismiss it. Sometimes, in places like this, places that have seen a lot of history, a lot of comings and goings, sometimes things linger." "What do you mean, linger?" I asked, a shiver running down my spine. "Just energies, remnants, echoes. I've been in these woods for 30 years. I've seen things, heard things that I can't explain. Most of the time, I just write it off as the wilderness playing tricks, but sometimes it feels different. He tapped the evidence bag with a finger. Like this. This feels different. So what do we do? I asked, feeling a strange mix of validation and deepening fear. For now, Mark said, we report the vandalism as unusual objects found. We document them and we keep an eye out. And you, Sarah, you pay attention. If that bridge feels long again, if you hear anything else, you don't dismiss it. You note it down, you tell me. He paused, looking at me intently. And maybe, just maybe, you try to avoid crossing that bridge alone at night for a while if you can. The conversation with Mark, rather than easing my mind, amplified my unease. His quiet acceptance of the unexplained, his admission of strange experiences, and the casual mention of disappearances near the bridge, all painted a much darker picture than I had ever imagined. My rational, scientific mind was struggling to keep up with the unsettling reality unfolding around me. That evening, I did try to avoid the bridge. I called the visitor center, saying I needed to finish some paperwork and would be working late. My plan was to drive the long, circuitous route around the entire administrative section of the park to get home, adding nearly an hour to my commute, but avoiding Miller's Creek Bridge entirely. As I was leaving, Mark caught me. Sarah, quick favor. Ranger Peterson just called in sick. We need someone to do a quick perimeter check on the East Trail near the old fire tower. It's a short loop, but it takes you right past Miller's Creek trailhead. Can you do it on your way out? It'll save someone coming all the way back. My stomach clenched. The East Trail, I asked, trying to sound nonchalant. Isn't that past the bridge? Mark nodded. Yeah, just a little ways. You'll pass it, but you don't have to stop. Just a drive-by, make sure the gate's locked and no one's camping illegally. I hesitated, wanting to refuse, but knowing it would look suspicious, especially after our conversation earlier. And as a junior ranger, no wasn't really in my vocabulary for small favors. Sure, Mark, I said, a grim resignation settling over me. No problem. As I drove towards the East Trail, the sun dipping below the horizon, painting the sky in fiery hues, I felt a growing sense of dread. The long way home was now impossible. I was once again on a collision course with Miller's Creek Bridge, and this time it felt less like an accident and more like an appointment. The road wound through dense forest, the shadows lengthening, deepening, swallowing the last vestiges of daylight. My headlights cut lonely paths through the gathering gloom. I kept glancing at the clock on my dashboard, wishing for more time, wishing for the sun to stay. But the light faded relentlessly, giving way to the oppressive blackness of the forest night. As I approached the turnoff for the East Trail, which was just after the bridge, I instinctively slowed down. My heart hammered. I saw the familiar silhouette of the iron bridge looming ahead, a skeletal structure against the bruised purple of the twilight sky. Tonight there was no moonlight. The clouds had rolled back in, thick and heavy, obscuring the stars. The forest was an inky, absolute black. It felt heavier, more suffocating than ever before. I gripped the steering wheel, knuckles white. My palms were sweating. I could feel the adrenaline coursing through my veins, sharpening my senses, putting me on edge. Every rustle of leaves, every distant hoot of an owl made me jump. I entered the bridge. The roar of Miller's Creek immediately swallowed the gentle hum of my truck engine, a suffocating blanket of sound. The old metal rattled under my tires, a familiar yet terrifying symphony. My headlights carved a stark, narrow tunnel, illuminating only the immediate few yards ahead, the rest consumed by an inky, impenetrable void. I stared straight ahead, trying not to let my eyes dart to the sides, to the darkness pressing in from beyond the iron lattice. I chanted to myself, "It's just a bridge. It's just a bridge. You're overtired. It's just a bridge." But the words felt hollow, a desperate attempt to ward off a truth I was no longer able to deny. As before, the bridge seemed to stretch. The distance between the entrance and the exit felt impossibly long. I checked my speedometer, steady. No change. My truck was moving at a normal, cautious pace. But the illuminated section of the road ahead, the iron girders blurring into a hypnotic pattern, seemed to go on and on and on. Then, just as I felt myself teetering on the edge of panic, it happened. Not a tap this time, not a ping. A sound far more chilling. It was a whisper. Faint, barely audible above the roar of the creek, yet undeniably there. It wasn't a distinct word, not a phrase I could identify. It was more like a sigh, a soft exhalation of air, carried on an unseen current, brushing against the very edge of my hearing. It seemed to come from directly outside my driver's side window, a breath of cold air against the glass, even though the window was closed. My entire body stiffened. My blood ran cold, a glacial current freezing my veins. I squeezed my eyes shut for a microsecond, then snapped them open, a desperate hope that it had been my imagination, a trick of the wind. But then it came again, a little clearer this time, a murmur, two distinct syllables, maybe three, uttered in a low, raspy tone like dry leaves scraping against stone. It wasn't human. It couldn't be, yet it was undeniably a voice. "And come closer." The words, or what sounded like them, seemed to seep into my very bones. My hands locked on the steering wheel, trembling violently. I wanted to scream, to hit the gas, to get out, but my body was paralyzed by an icy terror. My breath hitched in my throat, refusing to come. I risked a quick, terrified glance to my left, out the driver's side window. The blackness was absolute, impenetrable. The iron lattice dissolved into it, offering no glimpse of anything beyond. But for a fleeting moment, in the darkest part of the shadow, just beyond the reach of my headlights, I thought I saw it. A shape. Not distinct, not solid, but an absence of light, a deeper blackness against the blackness. Taller than a man, slender, elongated. It seemed to be moving with the truck, keeping pace, its form flowing, indistinct like smoke. And then, as quickly as it appeared, it was gone, swallowed by the ceaseless darkness, leaving only the echo of that chilling whisper in my ears. My foot instinctively pressed the accelerator hard. The truck lurched forward, tires clattering furiously on the grating. I was no longer trying to be careful. I was trying to escape. The roar of the creek seemed to mock my fear, amplifying the panic that now gripped me completely. The bridge finally, mercifully, ended. My tires hit the solid asphalt with a jolt, and I sped off, not bothering to check the rearview mirror, not daring to look back. I drove with reckless abandon, the trees blurring past, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs. I had to get to the East Trail quickly, do what I had to do, and then get home, lock myself in, and never, ever come back to this place. But the whisper, the vision of that indistinct, flowing shape was seared into my mind. It was no longer a matter of an overactive imagination or strange objects. This was real. This was a presence, and it was terrifying. I reached the turnoff for the East Trail, skidding slightly as I made the sharp curve. I drove the short loop, my eyes darting frantically, not really seeing the gate or the perimeter, just wanting to be done. I radioed Mark, my voice shaky, saying the perimeter was clear. He didn't seem to notice my distress. Then I turned for home, the long way, adding the extra hour to my commute. I didn't care. I would rather drive for 3 hours than cross that bridge again tonight. The following days became a blur of anxiety and exhaustion. I stopped sleeping properly, haunted by the memory of the whisper and the formless shape. Every shadow in my cabin seemed to writhe. Every sound outside my window sent a jolt of terror through me. I found myself constantly checking the locks, peering out curtains, convinced that something was watching me, waiting. I avoided the bridge like the plague. I made excuses to Mark and the other rangers, claiming I needed to be on other sections of the park, taking the ridiculously long alternative route to and from my cabin, burning extra gas, sacrificing an hour of my day to avoid those few hundred yards of iron. Mark, bless his observant nature, noticed. "You still taking the long way, Sarah?" he asked one afternoon, a knowing look in his eye. I nodded, fiddling with a pen. "Yeah, just enjoying the scenic route." He didn't press, he just gave me a sympathetic, yet concerned look. "Be careful out there, kid," he said. "These woods, they hold secrets." His words did little to soothe me. If anything, they reinforced the idea that I wasn't crazy, that what I was experiencing was real, and that I was now tangled in something far bigger and older than myself. I started researching. I spent hours in the park's old archives, digging through dusty maps and historical documents. I went online, searching local forums and historical societies. I looked for anything, any old legend, any forgotten incident, anything that might explain the Miller's Creek Bridge. The official records were sparse, focusing on construction dates, repair logs, and ecological surveys. But the unofficial stories, the local folklore, the whispered tales were more illuminating. Mark hadn't been wrong. The Miller's Creek area, and particularly the bridge, had a long, dark history. There were old newspaper clippings from the early 1900s, vague reports of unexplained disappearances of railroad workers during the bridge's construction. One article, yellowed and fragile, detailed the vanishing of an entire family of homesteaders in 1912, their cabin found abandoned, their belongings untouched, just a few miles from the creek. The official explanation was "moved on," but the tone of the article suggested otherwise. Then there were the more recent anecdotes, posted on local historical society forums. A hiker who claimed to have seen shadow people under the bridge, a group of teenagers who swore they heard wailing coming from the creek at night, a fisherman who insisted his boat was pulled under by an unseen force near the bridge's pilings. Each story, dismissed as local eccentricity or adolescent pranks, now took on a chilling new significance. The most disturbing discovery was an old Native American legend I found in a university folklore database pertaining to the indigenous tribes who once inhabited the Willow Creek area. It spoke of a bridge of whispers, a place where the veil between worlds was thin and where a malevolent spirit, a shadow walker, hunted the unwary. The legend described the shadow walker as an entity that fed on fear and sorrow, manifesting as a shapeless void, its voice a dry, rattling whisper, luring travelers to their doom by making familiar paths seem endless. Its method, according to the legend, was to disorient, to inspire dread, and then, when its victim was at their most vulnerable, to consume them. My blood ran cold as I read those words: bridge of whispers, shadow walker, feeding on fear, making familiar paths seem endless, dry, rattling whisper. It was too specific, too aligned with my own terrifying experiences to be mere coincidence. I felt a profound sense of isolation. Who could I tell? Mark understood that something was happening, but even he probably wouldn't believe a full-blown tale of a malevolent spirit. My friends back home would think I'd gone insane from too much time alone in the wilderness. I was a park ranger, a woman of science and practicality. How could I admit to believing in ghosts? But I did believe, or more accurately, I was terrified that it was real. The wooden bird and the tiny bell lay in their evidence bag in my cabin, a constant, tangible reminder of the creeping horror. I kept them hidden, not wanting to look at them, but unable to throw them away. They were proof, however flimsy, that something was actively interacting with the world, leaving these unsettling tokens. Were they offerings, warnings, or were they just bait? My job, which I had once loved, became a source of constant anxiety. Every assignment, every drive through the forest felt like a potential trap. I became hypervigilant, constantly scanning the woods, listening for any unusual sound, any whisper on the wind. My once vibrant sense of adventure was replaced by annoying paranoia. A few weeks passed in this state of heightened alert. I managed to avoid the bridge by always taking the scenic route, but the fear never truly dissipated. It was always there, a dull ache beneath the surface, a constant reminder that something was out there, lurking, waiting. Then came the call. It was a Tuesday afternoon, a little over 3 weeks after my last terrifying encounter on the bridge. I was at the visitor center, finishing up some paperwork, when Mark called me over to his desk. His face was grim. "Sarah," he said, his voice low, "I need you to go out to Miller's Creek. Now." "What is it, Mark?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper, the blood draining from my face. My mind instantly conjured images of the indistinct shadow, the chilling whisper. Mark pushed a crumpled piece of paper across his desk. Ranger Peterson just radioed in. She was doing her late afternoon patrol near the creek south of the bridge. Found a backpack. Belongs to a hiker. Name's Emily Harding, and she hasn't seen the hiker herself. My stomach dropped. A missing hiker, near the bridge. The words felt like lead in my mouth. My research, the old legends, the disappearances, they all flashed through my mind. "Yeah," Mark confirmed, his gaze fixed on mine. "Peterson's already started a preliminary grid search around where she found the pack, but it's getting dark fast. She wants me to send someone to secure the bridge and the immediate trailheads, make sure no one else wanders in, and to see if there's any sign." He paused, his eyes narrowing slightly, as if gauging my reaction. "You're the closest, and you know the area well. Can you do it?" I swallowed hard, the taste of ash in my mouth. Securing the bridge, does that mean I'll have to cross it tonight? Mark nodded slowly. Likely. The backpack was found a good mile past the bridge on the other side of the creek, deeper into the forest. Peterson's working that side. You'll need to approach from the main road, cross the bridge, and then block off the trail entrance. If Peterson doesn't find anything by full dark, we'll organize a full search party for first light. My heart was thundering now, a frantic drumbeat against my ribs. Go to the bridge, at night, alone, knowing what I knew. This wasn't just an assignment, it was a confrontation. But a missing person I couldn't refuse. My duty as a ranger, the ingrained sense of responsibility, warred with the paralyzing fear. "Okay," I said, my voice thin but firm. "I'll go." Mark looked relieved, but his expression remained grim. "Good. Grab a spotlight, your comms, and extra batteries. And Sarah, be careful. Peterson said it's already got that feeling out there." "That feeling." He just shook his head, a weary look on his face. "Just an emptiness, a wrongness. You'll know it when you feel it." I moved on autopilot, grabbing the requested gear, my mind racing. Emily Harding, a name, a person. This wasn't just my imagination anymore. This was tangible. This was real. As I drove towards Miller's Creek, the twilight deepened rapidly, painting the sky in ominous shades of deep purple and bruised gray. A heavy fog began to roll in, clinging to the treetops, blurring the outlines of the ancient pines, turning the familiar forest into an eerie spectral landscape. It was colder than usual, a damp, penetrating chill that seeped into the truck cab despite the heater. The air felt heavy, oppressive, as if the very atmosphere was holding its breath. The usual forest sounds, the chirping of crickets, the rustle of unseen creatures were muted, replaced by an unnatural stillness. Even the wind, which usually whispered through the leaves, seemed to have died. My hands clenched the steering wheel, knuckles white. Every nerve in my body was screaming at me to turn back, to take the long way, to call in sick. But the image of Emily Harding, a stranger, lost and potentially in danger, pushed me forward. This wasn't about my fear anymore. My headlights cut through the gathering fog, illuminating swirling tendrils of mist that seemed to dance and writhe on the road ahead. The world outside the truck felt increasingly isolated, shrouded in an inky blackness that seemed to press in on all sides. Then through the swirling fog, the silhouette of the Miller's Creek Bridge emerged. It was a skeletal beast, its rusty iron girders barely visible through the thick mist, looking more ominous, more ancient, more hungry than ever before. It seemed to loom, to wait. My breath hitched. I slowed the truck, my foot hovering over the brake pedal. The roar of the creek was already audible, amplified by the heavy air, a deep guttural growl that promised to swallow all other sound. I pulled over to the shoulder, a few hundred yards before the bridge, just as I had that morning when I found the bird and the bell. I needed a moment. I needed to compose myself. I killed the engine. The sudden silence, broken only by the distant roar of the creek and the frantic pounding of my own heart, was deafening. I grabbed my comms, a powerful spotlight in my Ranger vest. I debated bringing my sidearm, a standard issue for Rangers, but dismissed the thought. What good would a gun be against a shadow? I unholstered my large, serrated knife, clipping it to my belt. It was mostly for cutting through brush, but its cold steel offered a small, irrational comfort. Taking a deep, shaky breath, I stepped out of the truck. The cold, damp air immediately enveloped me, chilling me to the bone. The fog was thicker here, swirling around my ankles, clinging to my clothes. I shivered, not just from the cold. I started walking towards the bridge, the beam of my spotlight cutting a narrow path through the oppressive gloom. Each step felt heavy, deliberate, as if I were wading through thick mud. The roaring of the creek grew louder, more insistent, a relentless, crushing sound that seemed to vibrate in my chest. As I approached the entrance, the iron lattice work materialized out of the fog, dark and menacing. The air grew colder, noticeably colder, as if a freezer door had just opened. The hair on my arms and neck stood on end. I could feel it, the emptiness, the wrongness Mark had spoken of. It was palpable, a chilling presence that seemed to drain the warmth and life from the very air. I forced myself onto the bridge. The metal clattered under my boots, the sound swallowed almost immediately by the creek's deafening roar. My spotlight beam pierced the fog, showing only a few yards of the wet, glistening iron ahead before it was consumed by the swirling white. I swept the beam from side to side, trying to see beyond the immediate tunnel of light, but the fog was too thick, the darkness too absolute. "Ranger Peterson, this is Ranger Davis," I radioed, my voice sounding shaky even to my own ears. "I'm on the bridge now. Visibility is extremely low, approaching the far side." A burst of static, then Peterson's voice, tight with urgency. "Davis copy. Be advised I'm getting nothing out here. No sign of the hiker. The forest is quiet, too quiet. I'm pulling back to the trailhead on my side. Don't cross the bridge unless absolutely necessary to secure your end. Meet me there." "Understood," I replied, a wave of relief washing over me. "Don't cross unless absolutely necessary." That meant I could secure this side, turn back, and meet her. I didn't have to traverse the entire length of the thing. My instructions were to secure the bridge, not necessarily to cross it entirely. I stopped about a quarter of the way across, near where I had found the wooden bird. This was far enough to be considered on the bridge to fulfill my directive. I swept my spotlight around, trying to identify any potential signs of entry or exit, any disturbed fog, nothing but swirling mist. Then, just as I was about to turn back, I heard it. The whisper. Faint, barely audible above the roar of the creek, like dry leaves skittering across stone. It came from the darkness just beyond the reach of my spotlight, from the driver's side of the bridge, from where I had seen the shadow form. My entire body froze, every muscle tensed, ready to bolt. The cold deepened, seeping into my bones, making my teeth chatter. I gripped my spotlight, my hand shaking so violently the beam wavered. It came again, a little clearer this time, 2 syllables, "lost little." It was a voice undeniably, not human, not animal, something ancient and malevolent. It resonated deep within me, touching a primal fear. I spun around, sweeping the spotlight wildly into the swirling fog. Nothing, just the endless white, the dark iron lattice. But the presence was overwhelming now, a suffocating weight in the air, pressing in on me from all sides. I could feel it, a chilling scrutiny, an unseen gaze. Then a new sound, a soft, rhythmic thump, a thump, thump. It was coming from below me, from the murky depths of the creek. It wasn't the natural sound of the water. It was heavier, more deliberate, like something dragging itself along the rocky bottom. I aimed my spotlight down, through the gaps in the iron grating. The water below was a churning, dark abyss, shrouded in the low-lying fog that clung to the creek banks. I couldn't see anything. But the thumping continued, growing louder, closer. And then, through a momentary thinning of the fog, I caught a glimpse. Something dark, elongated, moving against the current. It was submerged mostly, but its form was unmistakable. A long, serpentine shape, thicker than a man's torso, moving with an eerie, sluggish rhythm, pulling itself along the bottom, heading upstream. And it was heading directly under the bridge. My blood turned to ice. It wasn't a log. It wasn't an animal I recognized. It was too large, too deliberate, too wrong. The whisper came again, closer this time, right next to my ear. It felt like a cold breath against my skin, even through the layers of my clothing. Play with me." A fresh wave of pure, unadulterated terror surged through me. I screamed. A short, strangled sound ripped from my throat. I stumbled backward, nearly losing my footing on the slick iron. My spotlight beam flew upwards, momentarily blinding me in the fog. I fumbled for my comms. "Peterson, something S here. Under the bridge, I heard it. I saw something in the water." My voice was high-pitched, ragged with terror. Static crackled, then Peterson's calm, professional voice laced with concern. "Davis, what's going on? You're breaking up. Did you say something in the water? Is it the hiker?" "No, not the hiker. Something else. A shape. And the whisper, 'It's here, Peterson, it's here.'" More static. "Davis, I can't hear you. Where are you? Are you safe? Respond." The comms went dead, just a hollow hiss of static. My heart plummeted, isolated, alone on the bridge with it. The thumping from below ceased. The whisper, too, fell silent. The oppressive cold remained, and the crushing weight of an unseen presence. I stood there, trembling, spotlight beam dancing wildly, trying to pierce the absolute blackness that seemed to have materialized just beyond my reach. Then, from the impenetrable fog at the far end of the bridge, where the structure met the other side of the creek, a faint, almost imperceptible sound reached my ears. A low whimpering. Soft, desperate, a human sound. Emily Harding. My mind reeled. If she was whimpering, she was alive, and she was on the bridge. On the other side of the bridge, exactly where the Shadow Walker would want her. The legend, luring travelers to their doom by making familiar paths seem endless. Had it lured her onto the bridge? Was it trying to lure me? I gripped my knife, the cold steel a small comfort against the overwhelming terror. My ranger training, the instinct to protect and serve, kicked in. Fear was still a paralyzing force, but the thought of another human being in peril, within my reach, ignited a spark of defiance. I had to get to her. Emily, I screamed, my voice raw, straining to be heard above the roar of the creek. Emily, can you hear me? Where are you? The whimpering stopped, a moment of chilling silence. Then a new sound, a soft, almost musical clinking. It came from the direction of the whimper, from the far end of the bridge. It sounded like small chimes, like tiny bells. The bell, the one I found, was it another? Was it trying to draw me in? Don't cross the bridge unless absolutely necessary. Peterson's words echoed in my mind, but a missing hiker, clearly distressed on the bridge, meant it was necessary. My duty was clear. I took a shaky step forward, then another. The clamor of my boots on the metal grating seemed impossibly loud in the unnatural silence that followed the whimper. I kept my spotlight fixed ahead, trying to penetrate the fog to find her. Emily, keep talking, I'm coming, I shouted, my voice trembling. The soft clinking of bells continued, drawing me forward, a mocking, ethereal melody in the oppressive darkness. I walked, one slow, deliberate step after another, my heart hammering against my ribs. Each step felt like a betrayal of my own instinct for self-preservation, a surrender to the insidious lure of the bridge. The bridge seemed to stretch endlessly, just as it had that first night. The fog ahead seemed to thicken, forming an impenetrable wall. The farther I walked, the less visible the exit seemed. My sense of distance, of direction, began to warp. Was I even moving? The air grew colder still, so cold it burned my lungs with each ragged breath. And then I saw it. A flicker, a movement in the swirling fog ahead, just at the edge of my spotlight's beam. A human shape, small, indistinct, huddled against the iron railing, facing away from me, towards the unending darkness of the other side. Emily, I whispered, my voice choked with a mixture of hope and terror. The figure didn't respond. It remained perfectly still, a silent sentinel in the mist. As I drew closer, the clinking of bells intensified, seeming to emanate from the figure itself. I took another few steps, my eyes straining, trying to make out details. The figure was short, small. A child, that didn't make sense. Emily Harding was an adult hiker. As I closed the distance, the fog around the figure seemed to swirl more violently, coalescing, obscuring it. And then, as my spotlight beam fell fully upon it, the fog cleared for a split second, revealing the truth. It was Emily Harding. It wasn't a child. It was a mannequin. A crude, roughly carved wooden mannequin, perhaps 3 feet tall, dressed in faded, child-sized hiking clothes. Its face was blank, featureless but carved with a slight, unnerving smile, and tied to its outstretched wooden hands with thin, almost invisible threads were dozens of tiny brass bells, identical to the one I had found. They clinked softly, rhythmically in the cold, still air. My scream tore through the night, a raw, primal shriek of utter horror and betrayal. This wasn't a rescue. This was a trap, a cruel, elaborate, malicious trick. The whimpering, the clinking bells, all designed to draw me in. As my scream died, the clinking stopped. The fog around the mannequin swirled again, not thickening, but dissipating, revealing the open expanse of the bridge behind it, stretching out towards the far side, which suddenly seemed impossibly, terrifyingly close. I had walked much farther than I thought. I was almost at the end. And standing just beyond the mannequin, in the absolute blackness, where the bridge met the asphalt on the far side, was the shape. Taller than a man, impossibly thin, a deeper blackness against the black. It wasn't a shadow cast by light. It was an absence of light itself, a gaping hole in reality. It flowed, it shimmered, its form indistinct like smoke in a windless room. But this time it was clear enough to see. 2 points of light, like pinpricks of crimson, glowed faintly in the place where eyes would be, fixed on me with an ancient, predatory malice. The cold was unbearable now, a physical force that sapped my strength, paralyzed my limbs. The roaring of the creek swelled to an unbearable crescendo, a chaotic symphony of dread. The air vibrated with a malevolent energy that pressed in on my skull, threatening to crush it. It raised one impossibly long, slender arm, pointing a skeletal, indistinct finger directly at me. And then the whisper. It wasn't just next to my ear this time. It was everywhere, inside my head, seeping into my thoughts. "On yours is the deepest of fear." My legs buckled. I fell to my knees, my spotlight clattering on the iron grating, its beam pointing uselessly at the sky. I clawed at my comms, desperately trying to get a signal to call for help, but it remained stubbornly dead. I was trapped, just like Emily Harding. The Shadow Walker. As I stared at the terrifying entity, paralyzed by an icy, soul-crushing dread, a new sound pierced through the cacophony of the creek and the whisper in my mind. That howled. Long, mournful, and incredibly close. It wasn't the howl of a wolf or a coyote. It was deeper, more primal, edged with a raw, almost human pain. It came from the dense forest just beyond the bridge, from the direction where Emily Harding's backpack had been found. The Shadow Walker paused, its glowing eyes flickering. The whisper in my head faltered, replaced by a momentary, eerie silence. It seemed to acknowledge the sound, to react to it. The howl came again, closer still, echoing through the fog-laden woods, carrying a chilling intensity. The Shadow Walker began to recede slowly, flowing back into the absolute darkness of the forest. Its form shimmered, wavered, and then, in the blink of an eye, it was gone, leaving only the memory of its terrifying presence and the suffocating cold. The roar of the creek slowly subsided, returning to its normal, albeit still loud, rush. The air gradually warmed, the oppressive weight lifting. The fog, too, began to thin, revealing the faint, hopeful glow of my truck's parking lights in the distance. I lay there on the cold iron, shaking uncontrollably, gasping for breath, tears streaming down my face. My entire body ached with the lingering phantom grip of terror. The mannequin stood silent now, its blank smile mocking me in the returning dimness. The bells were still. I slowly, painfully pushed myself up, my legs feeling like jelly. I grabbed my spotlight, its beam now a steady, reassuring light. My comms, miraculously, crackled back to life. Davis, Davis, are you there? What was that scream? It was Peterson, her voice sharp with alarm. Peterson, yes, I'm here. I choked out, my voice raw and hoarse. I'm okay. I think it's gone. What's gone? What did you see? Mark's on his way. He heard you on the radio too. He's concerned. I found a decoy, I stammered, trying to make sense of it. A mannequin with bells. It was luring me in. And the entity, it was here, Peterson. I saw it. It's real. A moment of silence on the other end. Davis, are you injured? Are you coherent? Peterson sounded deeply worried now. I'm coherent, I'm just terrified, and I heard a howl, a strange howl from the woods. It seemed to scare it off. A howl, Peterson repeated, a note of confusion in her voice. I haven't heard any howls, just silence, and then your scream. My blood ran cold again. Had I imagined the howl too, or was it something only I could hear? Look, I'm at the end of the bridge, on the far side now, I said, forcing myself to push past the lingering fear. I need to secure this trailhead, and then I need to get off this bridge. I'll meet you at the crossing point you designated. Copy that, Davis, Peterson said, her tone professional but still laced with deep concern. Mark's almost there, just hold tight. I stumbled forward, past the mannequin, not daring to touch it. I reached the solid asphalt, a profound sense of relief washing over me as my boots hit firm ground. I quickly located the trailhead sign, which marked the beginning of the path that led deeper into the woods, towards where Emily Harding's backpack had been found. I pulled out the orange plastic barrier tape from my kit, quickly stringing it across the path, securing it to nearby trees. Trail closed, I muttered, as if the words themselves could keep whatever was lurking in the woods at bay. As I finished, a set of headlights appeared through the thinning fog on the main road. It was Mark's familiar truck. He pulled up, parking haphazardly, and practically leaped out, his face a mask of worry. Peterson's truck was just behind him. Sarah, are you all right? What happened? We heard your scream. You sounded terrified. Mark's voice was gruff, but his concern was evident. Peterson, a no-nonsense woman with sharp eyes, was already beside him, her gaze sweeping the bridge and the newly taped-off trail. I think so, I said, still trembling. It was here, Mark, the shadow walker. It lured me onto the bridge with a human sound, then it showed itself. But a howl, a strange howl, scared it off. I pointed to the wooden mannequin, still visible on the bridge, the bells a stark, unsettling image in the glow of the headlights. It put that there, to trick me. Mark and Peterson exchanged a glance, a look that spoke volumes. Disbelief, concern, and a touch of something else I couldn't quite decipher. Mark walked onto the bridge, slowly approaching the mannequin. He looked at it, then at the bells. He didn't touch it, just studied it with a somber expression. This isn't right, he murmured. This isn't kids, this is something else. Peterson, ever practical, turned her attention to the trail. No sign of Emily Harding down here, she reported. The backpack was empty except for some toiletries and a half-eaten granola bar. No ID, nothing. It's like she just walked away. She didn't just walk away, I insisted, my voice gaining strength. It took her, the shadow walker. It preys on fear. It makes paths seem endless. That's what it does. Mark returned from the bridge, a thoughtful, troubled look on his face. We need to secure this whole area, close off the bridge entirely. No one in, no one out until we figure this out. Sarah, take some pictures of this thing. He gestured to the mannequin. And then we'll bag it. Peterson, you and I will organize a full search party for the morning, cover both sides of the creek for a 5-mile radius. As I took out my phone to photograph the eerie mannequin, I noticed something glinting on the iron grating beside its foot. It was small, a thin sliver of metal barely visible. I bent down, picking it up. It was a small, ornate silver charm, shaped like a stylized wolf's head, with tiny, almost microscopic engravings on its surface. It looked ancient, well-worn, almost like a tribal artifact. It felt cool and smooth in my palm. "What's that?" Peterson asked, her attention drawn by my sudden stillness. I held it up. A charm, looks like a wolf's head. It was next to the mannequin. Mark took it from me, turning it over in his calloused fingers, his brow furrowed. "A wolf's head, huh? That's interesting." He looked at me, a glimmer of understanding in his eyes. "You said you heard a howl, Sarah, before it left." I nodded, my heart pounding. Yes, a really distinctive howl, and then it retreated. Mark's gaze drifted to the dense, dark woods beyond the bridge. There are old tales, not just of the Bridge of Whispers, but of its opposite, of a protector spirit, the forest guardian, said to be a great wolf, a protector of the lost, a ward against malevolent forces. Some old tribes believed it would howl to drive away darkness. My blood ran cold, but this time it was a different kind of cold, a chilling hope. So something was protecting me. Mark didn't answer directly. He just pocketed the wolf charm. "We'll include this in the evidence. For now, let's get this area locked down. And Sarah, I want you to go home. Get some rest. You've been through a lot." "But Emily Harding's—" "We'll find her," Mark said, his voice firm. "First light, a full team. We can't do anything more tonight, and we certainly can't risk any more rangers out here in this, whatever this is." He looked at the bridge, a grim determination on his face. "We're closing this bridge permanently until we understand what's happening here." The next morning was a whirlwind of activity. Park rangers, county sheriffs, and search and rescue volunteers descended upon Miller's Creek. A full command post was set up near the bridge, transforming the quiet forest road into a bustling hub of operations. I was pulled into the briefing, recounting my terrifying experience to a circle of skeptical faces. The sheriff, a burly man named Deputy Reynolds, listened patiently, but his eyes conveyed a clear message: overactive imagination, young lady. He was polite, professional, but clearly believed I was either traumatized or hallucinating. Mark, however, stood by me, corroborating the finding of the wooden bird, the bell, and now the mannequin. He described the feeling of the bridge, the history of disappearances, the old legends. His reputation as a seasoned veteran gave my wild claims an unexpected weight. Even Peterson, though clearly unnerved, lent credence to my distress call and the eerie silence she'd observed. The wolf charm, which Mark had tucked away, remained a secret between us for now. He knew it wouldn't help my credibility with the sheriff. Search teams fanned out across the forest, covering miles of rugged terrain. Dogs were brought in. Drones with thermal cameras flew overhead. Every crevice, every thicket, every inch of the creek bed was examined. Hours bled into afternoon, then into evening. Emily Harding remained missing. No trace, no footprints, no discarded belongings beyond the backpack, no sign of struggle. It was as if she had simply vanished into thin air. The sheriff, after a day of fruitless searching, became increasingly frustrated. He pulled me aside. "Ranger Davis, I appreciate your cooperation and your vivid account of events, but we've found no physical evidence of any entity or shadow walker. The mannequin, while unusual, appears to be a homemade item. It's possible some local delinquents are playing a sick prank. As for the disappearances, the official records show most were reclassified as lost and presumed deceased, or moved without notice. There's no pattern here, not one that points to anything supernatural. But the bridge, I started. The bridge is old and isolated, he cut in, not unkindly. It's easy for the mind to play tricks in such places, especially at night. You're clearly shaken. I recommend you take some time off. I bit back a retort. What was the point? He wouldn't believe me. No one would, not really. That night I retreated to my cabin, utterly exhausted but unable to sleep. The events of the past 24 hours replayed in my mind like a terrifying loop. The whispering voice, the shadowy form, the mocking mannequin, and Emily Harding's disappearance. It was all too real, too terrifying to dismiss. I pulled out the wolf charm Mark had given back to me. Its cool metal felt solid, reassuring in my hand. A protector spirit. Was it truly possible? Had it been a guardian, a silent ally in the face of absolute evil? I stared at the charm, feeling a strange mixture of awe and determination. I was a ranger. My job was to protect the park and its visitors. This wasn't just a job anymore. It was a personal crusade. Emily Harding was out there somewhere, and whatever had taken her, whatever lurked in the shadows of Miller's Creek Bridge, I was going to find out what it was and stop it. But how? I was just one person, a junior ranger, up against something ancient, malevolent, and seemingly impervious to human understanding. The official channels had dismissed my experiences. I was on my own. I knew I couldn't just wait for the search parties to fail. I couldn't just let Emily Harding become another forgotten name in the park's dark history. I had to do something. My thoughts turned to the old Native American legend, the Shadow Walker, the Bridge of Whispers, and its opposite, the Forest Guardian. There had to be more to the story. More clues, more information, more ways to fight back. I couldn't go back to the park archives. The sheriff was still there, questioning everyone, but there were other sources. The university folklore database, local libraries, the indigenous communities themselves. I spent the next few days in a frenzied research spree, taking all the time off Mark had suggested, but not for rest. I drove to the nearest town, a small community bordering the national park, which had a surprisingly well-stocked local history section in its library. I scoured old books, interviewed local historians, who mostly scoffed at old wives' tales, but occasionally offered a tantalizing anecdote, and even sought out a small, isolated Native American cultural center on the edge of the reservation, miles away. The people at the cultural center, initially wary of an outsider asking about old spirits, grew more open when I described the Shadow Walker and the Bridge of Whispers in detail. An elder, a woman named Kaya, with wise, ancient eyes, listened intently to my story. She recognized the descriptions, the chilling details, the whispers. "It is a dark spirit," Kaya confirmed, her voice soft but firm. "It feeds on fear, on sorrow. It takes those who are lost, those who are already teetering on the edge of despair." "In the wolf charm, the howl?" I asked, pulling out the small silver charm I now kept constantly in my pocket. Kaya's eyes lit up. "Ah, the guardian, yes, the great wolf spirit. It is a protector. It howls to warn, to guide, to drive away the darkness when it grows too strong. But it cannot always fight the Shadow Walker directly. Its power is in guidance, in spirit. It shows the path, but the traveler must choose to follow. So what can I do? I pleaded. Emily Harding is still missing. How do I fight it? How do I get her back? Kaya looked at me, a profound sadness in her eyes. Once it takes someone, it rarely lets them go. They become part of its darkness, part of its endless void. But sometimes, if the spirit is strong, if there is a thread of hope, of connection, it can be pulled back. The guardian cannot fight for you, but it can show you the way. You must find the path of hope, of light, where the spirit is strongest, where the fear has not yet consumed it entirely. Where would that be? I asked, desperate. Kaya closed her eyes, her brow furrowed in concentration. The shadow walker makes familiar paths seem endless. It traps you in endless dread, but the guardian, it shows the true path, the path of spirit, of memory. Sometimes a strong memory, a strong feeling of home, of love can be an anchor. Find what connects Emily Harding to the light. Find what she holds most dear. That is where you might find a way. I left the cultural center with a renewed, if still terrifying, sense of purpose. Emily Harding's connection to the light. What did she hold most dear? How could I find that out? I returned to the park, avoiding the sheriff and his search teams, who were still combing the woods, albeit with diminishing hope. I drove straight to the visitor center, looking for Emily Harding's registration. She checked in a few days ago, the desk ranger informed me, pulling up a digital file. Name, Emily Harding. Age, 28. Address, Portland, Oregon. Emergency contact, Susan Harding, her mother. Portland, Oregon, her mother. That was a start. I found Emily's social media profiles online. Her Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn. I meticulously scrolled through her posts, searching for clues, for anything that might indicate what she held most dear. Pictures of friends, travel, outdoor adventures, a vibrant, happy life. Then I saw it, a series of posts, recent ones, detailing her volunteer work at a local animal shelter. Pictures of her with a scruffy, three-legged terrier mix. The caption read, "My little warrior Buster. He's teaching me so much about resilience and unconditional love. My best friend." Her best friend, a three-legged dog named Buster. That was a strong connection, a thread of hope. But how could a three-legged dog, however beloved, help her find a missing hiker taken by an ancient, malevolent spirit? Kaya's words echoed in her mind. Find what connects Emily Harding to the light. Find what she holds most dear. That is where you might find a way. Buster was that connection. He was her thread of hope, her anchor to the world of the living. But how to get him? Portland was hours away. And how would she explain this to Emily's mother, Susan? The official channels were dead ends. The sheriff was packing up, ready to declare Emily another statistic, another lost soul claimed by the vast, unforgiving wilderness. If Sarah was going to do anything, it had to be now, and it had to be outside the official lines. With a surge of determination, Sarah pulled out her phone and found the number for Susan Harding. She took a deep breath, steeling herself. This was going to be the hardest conversation of her life. "Hello," a weary, fragile voice answered on the third ring. "Ms. Harding, my name is Ranger Sarah Davis. I'm calling from Willow Creek National Park. I'm one of the rangers involved in the search for your daughter, Emily." A sharp intake of breath on the other end. "Oh, yes, any news? Please tell me you have news." The desperation in Susan's voice was heartbreaking. "Ms. Harding, I wish I had definitive news. The search is still ongoing, but I've discovered some things that might help us. It's a bit unusual, but I believe it's important." Sarah chose her words carefully, trying to sound professional yet convey the urgency she felt. Unusual, what do you mean? They told me. They said she was probably lost. Maybe a fall, but they haven't found anything. Nothing. Susan's voice broke. Ms. Harding, I believe Emily is still in the park, and I believe her connection to something very important to her might be the key to finding her, Sarah ventured. I've been doing some research, and I've learned about Emily's dog, Buster. La pause, Buster. What does Buster have to do with this? He's here with me, safe. He's the only comfort I have right now. I understand that, Ms. Harding, and I wouldn't ask this if I didn't believe it was absolutely critical. But based on some local folklore and what I've personally experienced here, I believe Buster might be able to help us find Emily. He might be a light for her, a way to guide her back to us. Sarah knew it sounded insane, but she had to try. You want to bring my dog, a three-legged dog, into the wilderness to look for Emily. Ranger, are you serious? What kind of folklore? What are you talking about? Susan's voice was a mixture of confusion and growing anger. Ms. Harding, I know this sounds unbelievable, but I can tell you that something very strange is happening around Miller's Creek Bridge. I've seen things, experienced things that defy explanation. I believe Emily hasn't just wandered off. I believe she's been drawn into something. And if we can provide a strong enough anchor, a strong enough emotional pull, we might be able to draw her back. Sarah poured all her sincerity into her words. Buster is that anchor. He's her best friend. He's love. He's home. Another long silence. Sarah could hear Susan take a shaky breath. I don't know what to say. This is crazy, the sheriff said. The sheriff is operating on standard procedure, Ms. Harding. I'm operating on something else. Something I believe is real and very dangerous. But I also believe there's hope. Please, Ms. Harding, let me try. Let me bring Buster here. If there's even the slightest chance it could help Emily, wouldn't you want to take it? Susan began to cry softly. He misses her so much. He just sits by the door. He whines. He won't eat much. Then he feels her too, Ms. Harding, Sarah said gently, a surge of hope blossoming in her chest. Their bond is strong, strong enough to maybe make a difference. What would you do with him? Susan asked, her voice still tearful, but with a flicker of desperate curiosity. I would bring him to the park near where Emily was last seen. I would let him track her if he can, and I would hope that his presence, his scent, his energy could reach her wherever she is. I would keep him safe, Ms. Harding, I promise you that. I would not put him in harm's way deliberately. I need to try this unconventional approach. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Susan spoke again, her voice barely a whisper. Okay, Ranger Davis, bring him, please, please bring my daughter back. A profound wave of relief washed over Sarah. Thank you, Miss Harding, thank you. I'll leave immediately. I'll drive through the night. I should be in Portland by early morning. She hung up, her hands still trembling. She had done it. Now, the truly difficult part began. She had to drive to Portland, pick up Buster, and bring him back, all without attracting the attention of Deputy Reynolds or the other rangers who would undoubtedly dismiss her as unhinged. She packed a small bag, grabbed her emergency kit, extra batteries, a stronger flashlight, and her ranger sidearm, just in case. She knew a gun wouldn't stop a spirit, but it was a tangible symbol of protection, a small comfort in the face of the unknown. She also made sure to retrieve the wooden bird and the brass bell from the evidence locker at the visitor center. She wasn't sure why, but they felt like pieces of a puzzle she needed to hold onto. As she drove out of the park, she bypassed the main gates, taking a lesser-used service road that snaked through the forest, avoiding any chance encounters with the remaining search teams. The night was still and cold, the fog having lifted, replaced by a clear, starry sky. But the quiet hum of the forest felt less peaceful and more watchful now. Every shadow seemed to hold a secret, every rustle a hidden presence. The drive to Portland was long and grueling. Sarah ran on adrenaline and lukewarm coffee, her mind racing, replaying her conversation with Kaya, the terrifying encounters on the bridge, the despair in Susan Harding's voice. She questioned her sanity, her judgment, every mile of the way. Was she truly embarking on a rescue mission, or was she just spiraling into a dangerous delusion? But then she would remember Emily's face from her social media, her vibrant smile, her love for Buster, and the image of the shadow walker's glowing red eyes, and her resolve would harden. She had to try. She arrived in Portland just as dawn was breaking, the city still sleepy and gray. Susan Harding's house was a modest, well-kept bungalow in a quiet neighborhood. A small, three-legged terrier mix sat forlornly by the living room window, nose pressed against the glass. It was Buster. When Sarah knocked, Susan opened the door, her face drawn and tear-stained, but with a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Buster immediately started barking, a high-pitched, excited yelp, and hopped towards the door, wagging his tail. "He never does that for strangers," Susan said, a faint smile touching her lips. "He must know you're here about Emily." Sarah knelt down, extending a hand slowly. Buster sniffed her, then licked her fingers, his tail thumping against the floor. He was a scruffy, wiry little dog, missing his front right leg but full of spirit. "Hello, Buster," Sarah murmured, a wave of affection washing over her. He truly was a little warrior. Susan had a small bag packed for Buster, his favorite blanket, a few toys, some food. "I explained it to him," she said, her voice softer now, "that he's going to help find Emily. He understands, I think." Sarah felt a pang of guilt. Was she giving Susan false hope? Was she involving an innocent animal in something so dangerous? She pushed the thoughts aside. She had to believe. "Thank you, Ms. Harding," Sarah said, taking Buster's leash. "I promise you I'll do everything I can. I'll call you the moment I have anything." As she buckled Buster into the passenger seat of her truck, the little dog gave her a tentative lick on the cheek, then rested his head on her lap, gazing up at her with trusting, intelligent eyes. He was calm, almost as if he understood the gravity of their mission. The drive back to Willow Creek National Park was less fraught than the journey to Portland. The sun was now high, casting long shadows of trees across the highway. Buster slept mostly, occasionally stirring to look out the window, his ears perked. Sarah found a strange comfort in his presence, a grounding force against the surreal nature of her quest. When they arrived back in the park, the command post at Miller's Creek Bridge was mostly dismantled. Deputy Reynolds' vehicle was gone, and only a skeleton crew of rangers remained, packing up the last of the equipment. The official search for Emily Harding was being scaled back, moving from active search to recovery, with the grim assumption that she was lost. Sarah parked her truck a discreet distance away, keeping Buster out of sight for now. She approached the remaining rangers, feigning a casual air. "Anything?" she asked, hoping they hadn't noticed her absence. A younger ranger, patting dust from his uniform, shook his head. "Nothing, Davis, not a trace. Sheriff Reynolds is calling it. Presumed lost. Tough break." "The bridge is still closed, right?" Sarah asked, trying to keep her voice even. "Yeah, Mark wants it locked down indefinitely," the ranger confirmed. "Says there's too much weirdness around here. Probably a good call. Gives him an excuse to finally take down those old unsafe planks." He chuckled, oblivious. Sarah nodded, feigning agreement, her mind racing. This was her window. The official presence was dwindling. She had to act fast before the area was fully abandoned. She made her way to the visitor center. Mark was at his desk, looking weary. "Sarah, you're back," he said, looking up. "You look like you've been through a war. Get some rest like I told you." "I couldn't, Mark," she admitted, her voice low. She closed the door to his office, then opened her truck's back door and ushered Buster inside. The little dog, seeing her anxiety, remained surprisingly quiet, settling at her feet. Mark stared at Buster, then at Sarah, his eyebrows raised. "A dog? Sarah, what in the blazes are you doing?" "His name is Buster. He's Emily Harding's dog, Mark. I brought him from Portland," Sarah explained, quickly recounting her conversation with Susan, Kaya's advice, and her theory about Buster being an anchor. She spoke with a feverish intensity, knowing how crazy it sounded. Mark listened, his expression slowly shifting from disbelief to a deep, thoughtful concern. He knew her, knew she wasn't prone to flights of fancy. He'd seen enough in these woods to keep an open mind, however reluctantly. "So you think this little guy can find her, or somehow pull her back?" Mark asked, looking at Buster, who now sat attentively, occasionally thumping his tail. Kaya, the elder at the cultural center, believes he might be her anchor, her connection to the light. The shadow walker preys on fear and despair. If Emily has something strong enough to pull her back, a source of love and hope, it might be her only chance. Mark rubbed his chin, his gaze distant. "Kaya, she's a wise woman. I've heard stories about her. Her people have known these woods for generations." He paused, then sighed. "All right, Sarah, the official search is wrapping up. Deputy Reynolds thinks we're chasing ghosts. Maybe we are, but I've always said these woods hold secrets. And if there's a chance, any chance at all." He looked at Buster, then back at Sarah, a new resolve in his eyes. "What's your plan?" "I need to go back to the bridge with Buster. I need to take him to where Emily was last seen, to where her backpack was found. And I need to be prepared for the Shadow Walker. If it comes for us, I need to know how to fight it, or at least how to protect Buster and myself long enough to try and reach Emily." Mark nodded slowly. "You won't be going alone, Sarah. I'm coming with you, and we need to prepare. This isn't just a walk in the park. We need to be careful, stealthy. Deputy Reynolds is still around, tying up loose ends. He can't know about this. We'll go tonight after dark, when everyone else is gone." Sarah felt a surge of gratitude. Mark's support, his willingness to believe, meant everything. "Thank you, Mark, thank you." They spent the rest of the day planning. Mark retrieved a more robust first aid kit, extra lighting, and a thermal imager from a secure storage locker. They reviewed maps, pinpointing the exact location where Emily's backpack had been found, a small clearing a mile or so past the bridge, deeper into the forest. "The Shadow Walker thrives in fear," Mark reiterated, recalling the legends. "It twists perception. It makes you feel lost, isolated. We need to stay grounded. Focus on our objective. Don't let it get into your head." He then produced a small, leather-bound pouch from his desk drawer. Inside were several dried herbs, a small, smooth river stone, and a tightly rolled piece of parchment. "Kaya gave me this years ago. Said it was for protection against unseen things. Charms, wards, old ways might be worth having." Sarah looked at the contents with a mixture of awe and skepticism. She was a woman of science, but after her experiences, she was willing to consider anything. She slipped the pouch into her pocket, alongside the wolf charm. As dusk settled, painting the sky in fiery hues once more, Sarah felt a familiar knot of dread tighten in her stomach. But this time, it was tempered with a fierce determination. She wasn't going in blind, alone, or unprepared. She had Mark, and she had Buster, Emily's anchor. They waited until the last of the official vehicles had departed, their taillights disappearing down the winding road. The forest settled into its usual nocturnal rhythm, but tonight the silence felt different, expectant. Buster, sensing the shift, was restless. He whined softly, nudging Sarah's hand. She knelt and stroked his head. "It's okay, boy. We're going to find her. We're going to bring her home." They drove her truck, lights off, as far as they dared, then parked it deep in a thicket of pines, camouflaged from the main road. The bridge loomed ahead, a dark, skeletal outline against the bruised twilight sky. The air around it already felt colder, heavier. "Comms check, Sarah," Mark whispered, his voice low and steady. "Check," she responded, tapping her earpiece. "Buster, stay close," she murmured, attaching his leash to her belt, letting him walk beside her. The little dog, despite his 3 legs, moved with surprising agility. As they approached the bridge, the roaring of Miller's Creek grew louder, more insistent. The fog, ever present at night in this area, was rolling in again, thick and swirling. The wrongness that Mark had spoken of was palpable, a chilling presence that seemed to drain the warmth from the air. "That's it," Sarah whispered, her voice tight. "That's the feeling." Mark nodded, his face grim in the faint light. He held a powerful tactical flashlight, its beam cutting a stark, narrow path through the gloom. "Stay focused, Sarah. Remember our plan." They stepped onto the bridge. The metal clattered under their boots, the sound muffled by the creek's roar. Buster, usually more vocal, walked silently, his nose twitching, taking in the strange scents. He seemed to sense the shift in atmosphere. As they moved deeper onto the bridge, the air grew colder. The fog thickened, reducing visibility to mere feet. Sarah swept her own light around, her heart thudding in her chest. She remembered the whisper, the terrifying shape. Then the whisper came, faint, ethereal, like dry leaves skittering across stone. It seemed to coil around them, a chilling tendril of sound. "Lost, so lost." Buster whimpered, pressing himself against Sarah's leg. Mark tensed, his hand instinctively going to the small, consecrated pouch in his pocket. "Stay with me, boy," Sarah whispered, bending to reassure Buster. "It's not real, it's just trying to scare us." She knew it was a lie, but she needed to believe it herself. They continued forward, the bridge seeming to stretch endlessly, just as it had for Sarah before. The clatter of their boots, the roar of the creek, and the eerie whisper filled the air. Mark, ever observant, noticed Sarah's wavering pace. "Focus on the path, Sarah," he said, his voice firm, cutting through the encroaching dread. "Look at the girders, count them. Don't let it disorient you." Sarah tried, focusing on the cold, rusty iron, on the wet grates underfoot, but the whisper intensified, growing louder, more insidious. "Alone, always alone." It played on her deepest fears, on the isolation she often felt as a ranger in the wilderness, on the quiet loneliness of her cabin. Her breath hitched. Suddenly Buster barked, a sharp, clear, defiant bark that cut through the whisper. He tugged at his leash, pulling towards the far side of the bridge, his ears perked, his tail giving a tentative wag. "He senses something," Sarah said, a surge of hope, cold and sharp, piercing through her terror. "He's pulling that way." "Follow him," Mark instructed, his own voice sounding more confident now. "He's your guide." They pressed on, Buster leading the way, his small, 3-legged gait surprisingly steady. The whisper faded, replaced by the faint, persistent pulling of the dog. The bridge, which had seemed endless moments before, now gradually revealed its far end through the swirling fog. As their boots hit the solid asphalt on the far side, Sarah felt a profound sense of relief. They had made it across. Buster immediately pulled them towards the taped-off trailhead, sniffing the ground intently. "Emily's scent," Sarah murmured. "He's on it." They ducked under the barrier tape, entering the dark, fog-laden woods. The trees here seemed to press in closer, their ancient branches forming a dense canopy that blocked out the sparse starlight. The air grew still, the roar of the creek receding behind them. Buster led them deeper, his nose to the ground, occasionally whining softly. He moved with a purpose, a small, unwavering beacon of determination. Sarah kept her spotlight focused on the path ahead, Mark's thermal imager sweeping the darker reaches of the forest. "Nothing on thermal," Mark reported, his voice low. "Trees, rocks, small critters, no human heat signature." They walked for what felt like an eternity, the silence of the forest broken only by Buster's soft snuffles and the crunch of leaves under their boots. The fog swirled around them, playing tricks with their eyes, making familiar trees appear as looming figures, twisting shadows into monstrous shapes. Then Buster stopped. He stood perfectly still, his hackles raised, a low, guttural growl rumbling in his chest. His gaze was fixed on a dense thicket of blackberry bushes to their left. "What is it, boy?" Sarah whispered, tightening her grip on her flashlight. Mark's thermal imager suddenly whirred. "Wait, I'm getting something. A heat signature, very faint, hidden in that thicket, but it's odd, it's flickering." Sarah aimed her spotlight at the thicket. Nothing but dense foliage. Buster barked again, a more urgent, insistent sound, then began to dig frantically at the base of the bushes with his front paws. "He's found something," Sarah said, moving forward. Mark moved to block her, holding up a hand. "Be careful, Sarah. It could be a trap." But Buster was whimpering now, a high-pitched, distressed sound scratching at the ground. Sarah couldn't ignore it. She pushed through the thorny branches, Mark right behind her. Hidden beneath the blackberry bushes in a small, concealed hollow was a crude, tightly woven basket. It was made of natural materials, woven twigs, dried leaves, and strips of bark, and seemed almost to be part of the forest floor. As Sarah shone her light inside, she gasped. There, nestled amongst dried leaves, was a small, intricately carved wooden bird. It was identical to the one she had found on the bridge, but this one was cradling something in its tiny, outstretched wings. A lock of human hair, brown streaked with red, the color of Emily Harding's hair. And beside it, carefully placed, was a tarnished silver locket. It was open, revealing two tiny, faded photographs. One was of a younger Emily, smiling brightly. The other, an older woman with kind eyes, her mother, Susan. "Her hair," Sarah whispered, her hand trembling as she reached into the basket. "And her locket. This has to be Emily's." Buster sniffed at the locket, then nudged it with his nose, his tail giving a slow, mournful wag. He looked up at Sarah, his eyes filled with a heartbreaking understanding. "This isn't a trap," Sarah said, a strange mix of terror and triumph in her voice. "This is a clue. This is Emily trying to leave us breadcrumbs. Or maybe the Shadow Walker is mocking us." Mark's face was grim. "This spirit plays games. It feeds on despair. It wants us to feel hopeless. But this is too personal for just a game." He looked at the locket, then at the wooden bird, a new thought dawning in his eyes. The bird you found, Sarah, and the bell. What if they weren't just bait? What if they were part of her trail? What if she's fighting back? Sarah's mind raced. Kaya said to find what connects Emily to the light. The locket, her mother, Buster. These are all connections. And the bird of the carving, the care, maybe Emily herself left this before she was fully taken. But if Emily left these, where was she? And why would she leave them in such a hidden place? Suddenly a new sound cut through the stillness of the forest. A soft, eerie melody. It was the sound of bells. Tiny, delicate chimes, seemingly coming from all directions, weaving through the fog, a mocking, ethereal symphony. Buster stiffened, a low growl rumbling in his chest. He turned his head, looking deep into the woods, towards the direction of the bridge. "It's here," Sarah breathed, her hand going to her serrated knife. "It knows we're here. It knows we found her things." The air grew colder, noticeably colder. The fog seemed to thicken instantly, swirling into dancing, indistinct shapes around them. The whisper returned, louder now, a dry, rattling hiss that coiled around their ears. "We'll play hide and seek." Mark pulled out the leather pouch Kaya had given him, clutching it tightly. "Stay close, Sarah. Keep Buster between us. Don't look directly at it." The bell sounds intensified, a dizzying cacophony, echoing through the swirling mist. Sarah felt a wave of disorientation wash over her, her mind struggling to focus. The trees around them seemed to shimmer, to shift, their forms blurring, dissolving into the impenetrable white. Then, from the depths of the fog, directly ahead of them, the shape emerged. Taller than a man, impossibly slender, a deeper blackness against the black. Its form flowed, like smoke, indistinct and terrifying. The two pinpricks of crimson light, its eyes, glowed malevolently, fixed on them. Buster barked furiously, a torrent of defiant yelps, tugging at his leash, lunging towards the entity. "No, Buster, stay," Sarah cried, pulling him back. She knew the shadow walker fed on fear, but it also seemed to react to defiance, to strong emotion. The whisper filled her head, now a cacophony of voices, twisting her thoughts, planting seeds of doubt and despair. "When she's gone forever, you are next." Sarah squeezed her eyes shut for a moment, fighting the onslaught. She concentrated on Buster, on his warm, struggling body against her leg, on the solid feel of the locket in her other hand. "Emily, home, love." "Emily," Sarah screamed, her voice raw, trying to cut through the oppressive mental noise. "Emily, we're here. Buster is here. We're coming for you." The shadow walker paused, its form wavering slightly. The whisper in Sarah's head faltered, a momentary break in the assault. It was as if her defiance, her focus on hope, had momentarily disrupted its power. Then the howl. Loud, mournful, and incredibly close. It ripped through the night, a powerful primal sound that vibrated through the very ground. It wasn't the distant howl Sarah had heard before. This was closer, more potent, imbued with a raw, protective energy. The shadow walker recoiled, its form shimmering violently, the crimson eyes flickering, its whisper replaced by a guttural hiss of frustration. The cold in the air intensified, then began to recede rapidly. "The Guardian," Mark shouted, pointing his light towards the source of the howl, which seemed to come from deeper in the woods, just beyond the thicket. The howl came again, even closer, a resonating cry that filled the night. The shadow walker, with a final, furious shudder, dissolved back into the absolute darkness, swallowed by the forest. The cold lifted, the oppressive weight eased, and the swirling fog began to thin, revealing the solid shapes of trees once more. Buster, still growling, continued to tug towards the direction of the howl. "It's showing us the way," Sarah gasped, her heart still pounding, but a new surge of determination coursing through her. "The Guardian, it's leading us to Emily." Mark, still shaken but resolute, nodded. "Let's go, but be prepared, Sarah. We're deep in its territory now." They followed Buster, who was now pulling them at a frantic pace, his 3 legs moving rapidly over the uneven terrain. He led them through a dense section of the woods, where the trees grew ancient and gnarled, their branches intertwining to form a dark, claustrophobic canopy. The air here was heavy with the scent of damp earth and pine needles. The howl, or rather a series of soft, guiding woofs, came again, always just ahead, always leading them forward. Buster responded with soft whines, a dialogue between canine and spirit. They broke through a final curtain of ferns and emerged into a small, eerily still clearing. The fog had completely lifted here, revealing a small pool of stagnant water, reflecting the sparse starlight like a shattered mirror. Ancient, moss-covered stones dotted the perimeter, looking like forgotten monuments. And there, huddled amongst the stones, near the edge of the dark pool, was Emily Harding. She was curled into a fetal position, her body trembling, her eyes wide and unfocused, staring into nothingness. Her clothes were torn, her hair disheveled, but she appeared physically unharmed. Her lips moved silently, whispering something Sarah couldn't make out. She was alive, but her spirit, it seemed, broken. She was trapped in a catatonic state of terror. Buster immediately broke free of his leash, scrambling towards her, whimpering with distress and joy. He licked her face, nudged her with his nose, pawed gently at her arm. Emily didn't react at first. Her eyes remained fixed, unseeing. "Emily," Sarah rushed forward, kneeling beside her, Mark a step behind, his thermal imager sweeping the clearing nervously. "Emily, it's me, Ranger Davis. And Buster. Look, Buster is here." Sarah grabbed Emily's hand. It was cold, clammy. She pressed Emily's locket into her palm. "Emily, look, your locket, your mom. Remember your mom." Buster continued to whine, licking Emily's face, his little body shaking with emotion. Slowly, agonizingly slowly, Emily's eyes began to flicker. Her gaze drifted from the empty space to Buster, then to the locket in her hand, then finally to Sarah's face. A spark, a tiny flicker of recognition, entered her eyes. "Be Buster," she whispered, her voice hoarse, barely audible. "Mom." Tears streamed down Sarah's face. "Yes, Emily, Buster is here. Your mom is waiting for you. We're going to take you home." Mark, seeing the faint human heat signature on his imager, lowered it with a sigh of relief. He scanned the perimeter, ever watchful. "We need to move, Sarah, now, before it returns." As Emily slowly began to stir, to push herself up, supported by Sarah, a low, guttural growl echoed from the dark woods, closer than before, a clear warning. The shadow walker was not far, it was waiting. Sarah and Mark half-carried, half-guided Emily, with Buster trotting protectively beside them, back through the labyrinthine woods. Emily was weak, disoriented, but the sight of Buster seemed to have anchored her, giving her just enough strength to follow. The air grew heavy again, the cold returning in subtle waves. The whisper started again, faint at first, then growing louder, trying to insinuate itself into their minds. "Well, she is mine, you cannot take her." But this time it was weaker, less commanding. Emily flinched, but she pressed closer to Buster, her hand gripping his fur. Suddenly, a loud, defiant bark from Buster. He turned, facing the direction of the whisper, his small body trembling, but his eyes blazing with a fierce, protective courage. He barked again and again, a barrage of sound that seemed to push back against the darkness. And then another howl, the mournful, powerful cry of the guardian, coming from directly behind them now, seemingly guarding their rear. The combined force of Buster's defiant barks and the Guardian's protective howls seemed to create a shield around them. The whisper faltered, receding, unable to penetrate the wall of sound and emotion. They reached the bridge, stumbling onto the asphalt. The barrier tape was still up, a flimsy but symbolic protection against the lurking evil. Sarah and Mark helped Emily across the bridge, the metal clattering underfoot. Emily was still fragile, but she was moving, her eyes fixed on Buster, who led the way, his tail now wagging cautiously. As they reached Sarah's truck, Emily collapsed into the passenger seat, Buster immediately curling up on her lap. Her eyes were still distant, but there was a flicker of hope, a fragile connection to reality. Mark quickly radioed Peterson. "Peterson, this is Mark. We have Emily Harding. She's alive. Catatonic, but alive. We're bringing her in. Meet us at the visitor center. Have medics ready." Peterson's voice crackled through, filled with disbelief and relief. "Mark, you found her. That's incredible. On my way." As Mark drove away, Emily cradled Buster, whispering his name over and over as if it were a mantra. Sarah watched her, a profound sense of exhaustion washing over her, but also a quiet triumph. They had faced the Shadow Walker, and they had won, at least for tonight. At the visitor center, a flurry of activity erupted. Medics examined Emily, gently placing her on a stretcher. She was severely dehydrated and suffering from exposure and extreme psychological trauma, but she was alive. They took her to a nearby hospital for observation. Susan Harding was called, her cries of relief echoing through the visitor center. She immediately began the drive from Portland to be with her daughter. Deputy Reynolds arrived, his face a mixture of shock and grudging respect. "Ranger Davis, Ranger Mark, where did you find her?" Mark, ever the diplomat, gave a brief, official account. "She was deep in the woods, disoriented. We followed a hunch, and with the help of Emily's dog, Buster, we located her. She's been through a lot." He deliberately omitted any mention of shadow walkers, howling spirits, or magical charms. Deputy Reynolds looked at Buster, then at Sarah. He shook his head, a flicker of something almost akin to wonder in his eyes as he took in the scruffy, three-legged dog curled protectively on Emily's lap. He didn't press for details, perhaps sensing that Mark's terse explanation was all he was going to get, or perhaps simply overwhelmed by the relief of finding a missing person alive. He just nodded, a slight, almost imperceptible shake of his head, as if to say, "I don't understand, but I'll take it." "All right," Reynolds said, his voice gruff but tinged with exhaustion. "Excellent work, Rangers. I'll make sure the official report reflects your ingenuity. Emily Harding found, alive." He looked at Buster one last time, a strange expression on his face before turning to his deputies. "Let's get the rest of this equipment packed up. Sarah, Mark, you two have earned some serious time off." As the medics wheeled Emily away, Buster whined softly, trying to follow. Susan Harding, her face pale and streaked with tears, rushed in and embraced her daughter, a torrent of choked sobs filling the air. She spotted Buster and immediately knelt, pulling him into a tearful hug. "Oh, Buster, my brave boy, you found her. You brought her back." Sarah watched the reunion, a profound weariness settling over her. She felt like every muscle in her body was screaming, every nerve ending frayed. The adrenaline had worn off, leaving her hollow and spent. Mark put a hand on her shoulder. "You did good, Sarah, better than good," he said, his voice quiet, filled with a deep respect. "Go home, get some sleep. I'll handle the rest of the paperwork here." But Sarah knew she couldn't just go home and sleep. Not yet. She needed to see Emily, to know she was truly safe. She needed to understand what had happened in those dark woods. "I want to go to the hospital, Mark," she said, her voice raspy. "I need to see her." Mark nodded, understanding. "I figured. I'll drive you. But first, let's get you something hot to drink, and maybe a real meal." They sat in the visitor center's small break room, sipping lukewarm coffee. Buster, after a thorough checkup by a park vet, who also looked at Sarah with a baffled expression when told how the dog had helped find Emily, was curled under the table at Sarah's feet, finally resting. "So the wolf charm," Sarah began, taking it from her pocket and placing it on the table. "And the howls, it was real, wasn't it? The guardian." Mark picked up the charm, turning it over in his fingers. "I've heard the stories all my life, always thought they were just that, stories. But after tonight, after what I saw or didn't see, with that thing on the bridge and the howls, Sarah, I heard them this time, clear as day, not just you." He looked at her, his eyes serious. "I think it was watching over us, guiding Buster." "Kaya said it couldn't fight the Shadow Walker directly, only guide," Sarah murmured, remembering the elder's words. "But Buster, he was brave. He stood up to it." "Buster's bond with Emily was the key," Mark emphasized. "That's what Kaya meant about the thread of hope. It gave Emily something to hold onto, something to pull her back from the darkness. And it gave Buster the courage to confront the fear." They arrived at the hospital an hour later. Emily was stable, resting in a private room. Susan Harding was by her side, stroking her daughter's hair. Buster was allowed in as a therapy dog, curled on the bed next to Emily, his presence a soothing balm. Sarah entered quietly. Emily's eyes, though still distant, held a little more clarity. She looked at Sarah, a flicker of recognition passing through them. "Ranger Davis," Emily whispered, her voice fragile. "Thank you." "You're safe now, Emily," Sarah said softly, pulling up a chair. "Can you tell us what happened?" Emily closed her eyes, a shudder passing through her. The bridge, it just kept going, and the whispers, they were everywhere, telling me I was alone, that no one cared, that I deserved to be lost. Her voice broke, and then the darkness. It was so cold, it just sucked me in. I tried to walk, but the path, it never ended. I just kept walking, feeling colder and colder. "Do you remember leaving your locket, or the wooden bird?" Sarah asked gently. Emily frowned, a look of deep concentration on her face. "The locket, yes, I had it in my pocket. I dropped it. I remember trying to pick it up, but my hands, they were so cold. And the bird," her eyes widened slightly. "Yes, I had a carving kit in my backpack. I started carving little birds on my trip. I felt like something was wrong, like I was losing myself. I thought if I left something, a trail, maybe someone would find me. Maybe I could find my way back." She looked at the wooden bird Sarah still held, a faint memory stirring. "I made that one, just before it took me." "You were fighting back, Emily," Sarah said, a lump forming in her throat. "Even when you were losing hope, you were leaving a trail." Emily reached out a shaky hand and stroked Buster's head. "He's my light, isn't he? He pulled me out." "He did," Sarah confirmed, tears welling in her eyes. "He's your guardian." Susan Harding, witnessing the exchange, looked from her daughter to Sarah with a mixture of awe and bewilderment. She clearly didn't understand the full implications of what had happened, but she understood that Sarah and Buster had brought her daughter back from a place far worse than just being lost. They stayed a little longer, giving Emily comfort. Sarah knew she had to leave soon, but she felt a profound sense of closure and a renewed conviction. The Shadow Walker was real, but so was hope and love and connection, and the Guardian. Back at the visitor center, Mark was finishing up a call. He hung up, looking tired but satisfied. Deputy Reynolds is taking full credit for organizing the search effort that eventually located Emily, Mark said with a wry smile. No mention of mysterious entities or three-legged heroes, just how we like it for now. He's closing the official case. Good, Sarah replied, a grim satisfaction in her voice. That means less scrutiny. It means we can do what we need to do. Mark looked at her, his eyebrows raised. Sarah, what exactly do you have in mind? We didn't defeat it, Mark. We just drove it away, Sarah said, her voice firm. It's still out there, it's still a threat, and it's still going to take people. Emily was lucky. What about the next person? What about the others? She gestured to the park maps on the wall. This isn't just about Miller's Creek Bridge anymore. This is about protecting the entire park from it. Mark sighed, running a hand through his graying hair. You know, I was hoping you'd say you were going to take a long, hot bath and sleep for a week. I will, Sarah promised. But first we need a plan, a real plan. We know it feeds on fear. We know it distorts reality. We know it can be driven away by strong emotional anchors and by the Guardian. But how do we stop it permanently? Mark leaned back in his chair, a thoughtful, troubled look on his face. That's the million-dollar question, isn't it? The old legends, they talk about the Shadow Walker being an ancient evil, a blight on the land. They don't talk about it being killed, just contained or driven back for a time. But what if there's a way? Sarah persisted. Kaya mentioned its power is in guidance. There might be more to the Guardian, more to the lore. We need to go back to Kaya. We need to learn everything we can. Mark nodded slowly. All right, Sarah, you've convinced me. This isn't over. But we can't just charge in. We need information. We need to understand its true nature. And we need to prepare ourselves. This kind of fight isn't just about physical strength. It's about mind and spirit. Over the next few days, Sarah and Mark immersed themselves in research. They returned to the cultural center, this time together, to speak with Kaya. The elder woman, seeing their earnestness and the silver wolf charm Sarah now wore constantly around her neck, was more open than ever. Kaya explained that the Shadow Walker was not a creature of flesh and blood, but a manifestation of negative energy, born from centuries of fear, loss, and despair that had accumulated in the ancient, isolated wilderness. It thrived on forgotten grief, on the terror of being lost, both physically and spiritually. The Bridge of Whispers was a focal point, a thin veil between worlds where the spirit's influence was strongest. It is drawn to those who are already struggling, Kaya explained, her eyes fixed on Sarah. Those with unaddressed sorrow, with a fragile hold on hope. Emily Harding, she was troubled, was she? Sarah remembered Emily's social media posts, the vague mentions of personal struggles before her trip. Yes, she was going through a tough time, dealing with some personal losses. She mentioned coming to the park to find herself again. Exactly, Kaya nodded. The Shadow Walker senses these vulnerabilities. It amplifies them, twisting the mind until the victim believes they are truly lost, truly alone. It makes them forget who they are, forget their connections. It consumes their light, adding it to its own darkness. And the Guardian, Mark asked, holding up the wolf charm. Can it truly defeat the shadow walker? Kaya shook her head slowly, not in a battle of force. The guardian, the great wolf spirit, is a spirit of the forest itself. It embodies courage, loyalty, and connection to the wild heart of the land. Its power is to guide, to protect, to illuminate the true path. It fights by strengthening the light within, by showing the way back to hope and community. It drives away the darkness through presence, not direct attack. So it creates a shield of hope, Sarah mused, thinking back to Buster's barks and the howls. Precisely, Kaya confirmed. It reminds the lost of who they are and that they are not alone. That is why Buster was so powerful. His love, his connection to Emily was a beacon. It reminded her of her true self, a self the Shadow Walker tried to erase. How do we stop it from coming back? Sarah asked, a frustration building inside her. It's still out there, waiting for the next person. Kaya's expression grew somber. The Shadow Walker cannot be destroyed as long as there is fear and despair in the world, but it can be contained. Its power can be weakened. The veil can be strengthened. How? Mark pressed. The old ways, Kaya said, her voice almost a whisper. Rituals of cleansing, of reaffirmation. The land itself can be healed, but it requires more than just one or two people. It requires a community, a shared belief. It requires a focal point of positive energy, a balance to the negativity that feeds the Shadow Walker. Like a protective ward, Sarah asked, remembering the small pouch Mark had been given. Yes, but on a grander scale, Kaya explained. The ancient ones, my ancestors, they performed ceremonies around the bridge. They brought offerings of light, of gratitude, of shared stories and memories. They planted trees of life. They sang songs of courage. They wove a tapestry of spiritual protection over the land. But over time, as the people moved away, as the traditions faded, the protective magic weakened. The darkness crept back in. A daunting task, Sarah realized. How could she, a single ranger, reignite ancient traditions and mobilize an entire community to perform spiritual rituals? It felt impossible. But the alternative, letting the Shadow Walker continue its predatory existence, was unacceptable. So we need to bring back the balance, Sarah said, looking at Mark. We need to strengthen the light. Mark nodded, a flicker of understanding in his eyes. We can start with the bridge. It's the focal point, you said, Kaya. If we can cleanse the bridge, ward it, maybe we can contain it there. Kaya looked at them, a faint smile on her wise face. You have the spirit, Ranger Davis. You carry the Guardian's charm, and you have faced the darkness and not faltered. That is a start. But remember, the spirit of the land is not to be commanded, but to be honored. You must approach it with respect, with intention. Armed with this new knowledge, Sarah and Mark began to formulate a plan. They couldn't involve Deputy Reynolds or the official channels. This had to be their own, quiet mission. Their first step was to gather resources. Mark, using his long-standing connections, quietly acquired materials, specific herbs for cleansing, bundles of sage, cedar, and sweetgrass, small stones engraved with traditional symbols of protection that Kaya had helped them design. They even found small, solar-powered lanterns to represent perpetual light, intended to be placed along the bridge. The biggest challenge was the community aspect. How to get people involved without revealing the terrifying truth about the Shadow Walker. Mark, with his experience and authority, proposed a park-sponsored community rejuvenation project for Miller's Creek Bridge. We'll frame it as a historical preservation effort, Mark explained to Sarah. Talk about restoring the bridge's natural beauty, celebrating the park's heritage, fostering a sense of community spirit. We'll organize a bridge lighting ceremony, invite locals, tell stories about the park, and subtly weave in elements of shared hope and connection. Sarah was skeptical. Will people buy it, and will it be enough? They'll buy the community and heritage aspect, Mark insisted. And as for being enough, it's a start. We're laying the groundwork, Sarah. We're planting the seeds of light and hope that Kaya talked about. We're inviting the Guardian's presence back to this place. It's not about magic spells, Sarah. It's about intention, about collective belief. They began to spread the word, quietly at first, through park volunteers and local community groups. They emphasized the beauty of the creek, the historical significance of the bridge, and the importance of preserving the natural environment for future generations. To their surprise, the idea resonated. The park had seen a decline in visitor engagement in recent years, and a positive community project was exactly what many local residents seemed to crave. Weeks passed. Emily Harding was recovering remarkably well at home, supported by her mother and, of course, Buster. She remained shaken by her ordeal, but with each passing day, her resilience shone brighter. She had even started to sketch again, drawing images of Buster, of the forest, and of a strong, protective wolf. As the date for the bridge lighting ceremony approached, Sarah felt a mixture of trepidation and anticipation. They had successfully gathered a small but dedicated group of volunteers. Kaya herself had offered to lead a storytelling circle as part of the ceremony, agreeing to subtly incorporate themes of protection and connection to the land. The day of the ceremony arrived, crisp and clear, a rare sunny autumn afternoon in the valley. The fog, for once, was absent. A gentle breeze rustled through the golden leaves of the aspens and cottonwoods along the creek. A small crowd had gathered near the bridge, families with children, elderly locals, park volunteers, and even a few curious tourists. Mark had set up a small stage, and Sarah had meticulously arranged the solar lanterns along the bridge's railings, camouflaging them among decorative gourds and autumn leaves. The atmosphere was festive, almost celebratory, a stark contrast to the dread Sarah usually associated with this place. Mark, acting as master of ceremonies, spoke first, his voice warm and inviting. He talked about the history of the park, the beauty of Miller's Creek, and the importance of community in preserving these natural treasures. He introduced Kaya, who, dressed in traditional attire, began to tell ancient stories of the land, of the interconnectedness of all living things, and of the light that resides within every heart. She spoke of guardians, of the strength of memory and love, without ever mentioning the Shadow Walker directly. But Sarah could see in the eyes of some of the older locals that they understood the underlying message. Then it was Sarah's turn to speak. She stepped to the microphone, her heart pounding. She had prepared a speech about the bridge's structural integrity and the new lighting system. But as she looked out at the faces, at the children playing nearby, at Buster, who was sitting patiently beside Emily, who had come with her mother, looking stronger and more vibrant than Sarah had last seen her, she knew she couldn't just read a dry speech. "Hello, everyone," she began, her voice trembling slightly but gaining strength. "My name is Ranger Sarah Davis, and I'm honored to be here today. This bridge of this place holds a special significance for me." She paused, looking directly at Emily. "Not long ago, a hiker went missing here, Emily Harding." A ripple of murmurs went through the crowd. Many knew about the disappearance. Emily, a little self-conscious, gave a small, shy wave. "We searched for days," Sarah continued, her gaze sweeping the crowd, "and we almost gave up hope, but something incredible happened. Emily, even in her darkest hour, left a trail of hope, and a very special friend, her dog Buster, helped us follow that trail. He reminded her of the light within, the light of love and home, and he guided us back to her. Sarah reached into her pocket and pulled out the small silver wolf charm. And there are other guardians in these woods, older ones, spirits of protection that watch over us, that howl to remind us we are not alone. They remind us that even in the deepest darkness, there is always a thread of hope, a connection to the light. She looked at Mark, then at Kaya, then back at the crowd. Today, as we light this bridge, let's not just light up the path. Let's light up our hearts. Let's remember that we are all connected, that our community, our shared stories, our love for this land are the strongest protections we have. Let's make this bridge a symbol of hope, a beacon against whatever shadows may linger. As she finished, a wave of applause erupted. Mark gave her a proud smile, and Kaya nodded, her eyes shining with approval. Then came the moment. Mark brought out a large ceremonial switch, and now, with the spirit of community, of hope, and of our ancient guardians, let us light Miller's Creek Bridge. He flipped the switch. A soft golden glow illuminated the bridge. The solar lanterns, previously hidden, sprang to life, casting a warm, inviting light along the railings and reflecting gently on the creek below. It wasn't a dazzling, harsh light, but a comforting, ethereal radiance that pushed back the encroaching twilight. The crowd gasped, then cheered. Children ran onto the bridge, laughing, marveling at the soft glow, the air filled with a sense of wonder and warmth. As Sarah watched the scene, a profound sense of peace settled over her. She knew this wasn't a permanent solution. She knew the Shadow Walker would still exist, but something had changed. The atmosphere around the bridge was different, lighter. The oppressive cold, the feeling of dread, they were gone, replaced by a tangible sense of shared joy and connection. Later, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in fiery oranges and purples, people lingered, sharing stories, sipping hot cider, and walking across the illuminated bridge. Emily, holding Buster clothes, came up to Sarah. "It feels different now, Ranger Davis," Emily said, a genuine smile on her face, not scary at all. "That's because it's filled with light now, Emily," Sarah replied, smiling back. "Your light and everyone else's." As the last of the crowd began to disperse, Mark and Sarah remained, surveying their handiwork. The bridge glowed softly, a quiet sentinel against the deepening night. "We did it, Sarah," Mark said, a note of triumph in his voice. "We really did it." Sarah nodded, but her gaze was drawn to the dark woods beyond the bridge, where the trees still loomed, silent and mysterious. The Shadow Walker was still there. She could feel its distant presence, a faint, lingering cold at the edge of her perception. It hadn't been destroyed, merely pushed back. "This is just the beginning, Mark," Sarah said, her voice quiet but resolute. "We've secured the bridge. We've brought light back to this place. But the Shadow Walker, it's still a threat. And I have a feeling it won't give up so easily. It has other places in the park, other dark corners it might seek out." Mark turned to her, a knowing look in his eyes. "You're not going to let this go, are you?" "No," Sarah affirmed, shaking her head. "My job is to protect this park, all of it. And that means understanding what this thing is, what its true weaknesses are, and how to stop it from preying on anyone else." She looked at the wolf charm around her neck, its cool metal a constant reminder. "We've found one way to fight it, but there might be other ways, and I intend to find them." Mark clapped her on the shoulder. "All right, Ranger Davis. Then we'll find them together. But first, promise me you'll get some actual sleep tonight." Sarah managed a tired smile. "I promise, but first, one more thing." She walked to the edge of the bridge, pulled out a small, intricately carved wooden bird she had made herself, a replica of Emily's, and tucked a small brass bell inside. She tied a length of colorful yarn to it, a symbol of hope and connection, and gently placed it on the railing near one of the glowing lanterns. "A little reminder," she murmured to herself. "A little ward, a little light in the darkness." The bridge remained a beacon of light in the heart of the forest. Word of the bridge lighting ceremony spread, and people began to visit Miller's Creek Bridge again, drawn by its renewed beauty and the sense of peace it now exuded. The incidents of people feeling lost or disoriented on the bridge ceased. For a time, it seemed the shadow walker's influence there had truly been curtailed. Sarah, however, did not relax her vigilance. She knew the creature was ancient and cunning. It merely moved its hunting grounds. Over the next few months, strange whispers of unusual incidents began to surface from other, more isolated parts of the park. Hikers reporting sudden, inexplicable feelings of profound loneliness and despair in remote canyons. Campers describing disturbing, indistinct shadows at the edge of their firelight, accompanied by an unbearable cold. These were not outright disappearances, but unsettling encounters that hinted at a persistent, lurking malevolence. Sarah spent every spare moment delving deeper into the lore. She corresponded regularly with Kaya, learning more about ancient wards and protective symbols. She studied geological maps, looking for other thin places, areas of the park with unusual energy signatures, or histories of inexplicable events. She began to notice patterns: remote caves, forgotten mining tunnels, secluded groves of ancient trees. Places where negative energy might have accumulated, creating new focal points for the Shadow Walker. Mark, too, took these reports seriously. He quietly redirected ranger patrols to these areas, increasing visible presence, hoping that human activity and light would deter the entity. But it was like trying to contain mist. The Shadow Walker was elusive, retreating whenever confronted by direct observation or strong numbers. It operated in the cracks, in the quiet, desperate moments. One crisp winter morning, Sarah received a call from a terrified couple who had been snowshoeing in a remote, little-used section of the park known as the Whispering Pines Ridge. They reported seeing a tall, impossibly thin figure disappear into a dense thicket, leaving behind an unbearable cold and a sense of absolute dread. The husband, a seasoned outdoorsman, had been so disoriented he almost led them off a dangerous cliff. "It was just like you described, Sarah," the wife recounted, her voice trembling over the phone. "The shadows, the cold, and the whispers. It kept telling me I was going to lose him, that he was going to leave me, just like everyone else." Sarah's blood ran cold. The Shadow Walker was adapting. It was targeting new areas, learning new ways to exploit fear. Whispering Pines Ridge was miles from Miller's Creek Bridge, high up in the mountains. This confirmed her fears. The creature was not confined to one location. She immediately relayed the report to Mark. His face was grim. "Whispering Pines Ridge," Mark muttered, tracing the area on a map. "That's a tough climb, even in good weather, and it's notoriously disorienting. A perfect hunting ground for something that preys on lost souls." "We need to do more, Mark," Sarah insisted, tapping the wolf charm hanging from her neck. "Simply patrolling or lighting up a bridge isn't enough. We need to find its core, its source, or find a way to truly banish it." "And how do we do that, Sarah?" Mark asked, looking at her intently. "Kaya said it can't be destroyed as long as fear exists, and fear is part of humanity." "But perhaps it can be bound," Sarah countered, remembering a passage from an ancient text Kaya had lent her. "Contained so completely it ceases to be a threat. There were whispers in the old stories of a heartstone, a focal point of its power, deep within the oldest parts of the forest. A place where the land itself held a scar, a wound that never healed, and that allowed the Shadow Walker to maintain its foothold. Mark raised an eyebrow. A heartstone sounds like something out of a fantasy novel. Maybe, Sarah conceded, but after everything we've seen, are we really going to dismiss it? She pointed to an unexplored, rugged section of the park on the map, a place rarely visited due to its extreme terrain and dense ancient forest. This area here, the Gloomwood, it's surrounded by natural rock formations that locals call the teeth of the Ancient Ones. The stories say no one who goes in there ever comes out the same. Some don't come out at all. Mark studied the map. The Gloomwood was indeed a formidable wilderness, a vast, unbroken expanse of old-growth forest, dotted with treacherous ravines and hidden caves. It was beyond the scope of normal park operations. "This is different, Sarah," Mark said, his voice grave. "This isn't a quick trip to the bridge. This is expedition territory. If this Heartstone truly exists, it would be in the deepest, most dangerous part of the park. And if the Shadow Walker's power is truly concentrated there, it would be a suicide mission." "Or our only chance," Sarah countered, her determination unwavering. "If we can find this Heartstone, if we can understand it, perhaps we can sever its connection to the Shadow Walker, or at least weaken it enough that it can no longer manifest." Kaya said the land itself could be healed. This Heartstone might be the wound she was talking about. Mark was silent for a long moment, staring at the ominous green expanse of the Gloomwood on the map. He saw the fire in Sarah's eyes, the unshakable resolve that had saved Emily Harding. He knew she wouldn't back down, and deep down he, too, felt the pull of the unknown, the nagging sense that this fight was far from over. "All right," Mark finally said, letting out a heavy sigh. "But we're not going in blind. We need more information, and we need to prepare like never before. This isn't just about protecting hikers anymore, Sarah. This is about fighting for the soul of the park itself, and for our own." The decision made, their research took on a new urgency. Kaya, when consulted about the Heartstone and the Gloomwood, grew visibly troubled. "The Gloomwood is ancient ground," Kaya warned, her voice low and filled with reverence. "It holds much power, both dark and light. The Heartstone, it is not simply a stone. It is a place, a wound in the earth where the two worlds meet, where the Shadow Walker first came into being, long before the bridge was built. It is where its roots lie." "How do we find it?" Sarah asked, her breath held. Kaya closed her eyes, her brow furrowed in concentration. "The Guardian will guide you, but the way will be fraught with illusion, with despair. The Shadow Walker will guard its home fiercely. It will show you your deepest fears. You must be strong in spirit, strong in your connection to the light. And you must carry something of power, something that resonates with the ancient heart of the land to truly confront the Heartstone." "Something of power?" Mark asked. Kaya nodded. "Something from the people of this land, a symbol of resilience. A song, a story, a crafted item imbued with spirit. Something that speaks of human connection and enduring hope, something to counter the Shadow Walker's despair." She looked at the wolf charm on Sarah's neck. "That is a good start, but you will need more. The Heartstone will demand a greater offering, a greater resonance." Sarah pondered Kaya's words, a symbol of resilience imbued with spirit. She thought of Emily's wooden bird carved in defiance. She thought of Buster's unwavering loyalty. But what could she bring? What could represent the collective spirit of those who fought against the darkness? Their preparations became rigorous. They trained in wilderness survival, navigation in extreme conditions, and mental fortitude exercises. Mark, a skilled outdoorsman, taught Sarah advanced tracking techniques and how to read the subtle signs of the forest. They assembled a specialized kit, high-altitude gear, robust communication devices, though they knew the gloomwood might render them useless, a sophisticated mapping drone, and an array of first aid and emergency supplies. And of course, Mark ensured their sidearms were cleaned and ready, knowing they were little defense against a spirit, but a comfort nonetheless. Sarah, following Kaya's advice, began to explore objects that might hold spiritual significance. She visited local artisans, studied ancient pottery and carvings in museum archives, searching for inspiration. She realized it wasn't about finding a pre-existing artifact, but about creating something new, something imbued with their intention, their hope. She decided to create a small, intricately carved wooden totem, not a wolf, but a symbol of interconnectedness, a tree with human figures carved into its roots, reaching out to touch leaves that formed the shapes of animals, all intertwined. It was a painstaking process, taking weeks of her evenings, but as she carved, she poured her resolve, her hope, and her unwavering determination into every stroke. She would present this to the Heartstone, not as an offering of surrender, but as a defiant declaration of life and light. As their departure date approached, a heavy snowfall blanketed the park, transforming the familiar landscape into a pristine white wilderness. The gloomwood, already forbidding, now seemed utterly impassable, a fortress of snow and ice. Winter makes it even more dangerous, Mark observed, looking out at the blizzard. But it also means fewer people, less interference. And the cold, if the shadow walker feeds on despair, perhaps the extreme conditions will also make it more vulnerable, more exposed, as it struggles to twist the natural elements to its will. Sarah clutched her carved totem, its smooth, cool wood a tangible connection to her purpose. She felt a strange mix of fear and exhilaration. This was it, the culmination of everything, the true confrontation. They left under the cover of a moonless night, their departure kept secret even from Peterson, who would have tried to stop them. They drove Mark's specialized snow-tracked vehicle as far as it could go, then switched to snowshoes, their packs heavy with supplies. Buster, after a tearful farewell with Emily and Susan, had been left with Peterson to ensure his safety. This mission was too dangerous for him. The journey into the gloomwood was brutal. The snow was deep, the cold relentless. The ancient trees, heavily laden with snow, formed a dense canopy that blocked out all but the faintest starlight, plunging them into a perpetual twilight. The silence was profound, broken only by the crunch of their snowshoes and the whistling wind. But the silence was not empty. As they delved deeper, Sarah began to feel it again, the familiar cold, the subtle shift in the air, the sense of being watched. The gloomwood was alive with a malevolent presence. "Comms check," Mark whispered, his breath pluming in the frigid air. "Check," Sarah replied, her voice tight, but she knew their radios were only useful for line-of-sight communication. The dense canopy and towering rock formations would quickly render them useless. They relied on Mark's expert navigation and Sarah's growing intuition. The wolf charm around her neck felt warm, almost humming against her skin. She found herself relying heavily on the wolf charm around her neck, its cool metal a constant, grounding presence. As they pushed deeper into the gloomwood, the oppressive silence grew heavier, the air colder, not just physically, but with a spiritual chill that seemed to seep into their bones. The towering, snow-laden pines created a labyrinth of shadows, twisting and turning, making every direction seem identical. "Stay close," Mark's voice was a low growl, strained with effort as he struggled through a particularly deep drift. The drone's signal is intermittent. We're losing our GPS. It's trying to disorient us. Sarah nodded, her breath coming in ragged gasps. The cold was brutal, biting at any exposed skin, but it was the creeping dread, the whisper at the edge of her consciousness that truly sapped her strength. It wasn't a direct sound this time, but a feeling, a subtle insinuation of despair, like a cold hand reaching for her mind. Yeah, hopeless, lost, alone. It mirrored the whispers Emily had heard, but tailored to her own deepest fears. The vastness of the wilderness, the insignificance of her own struggle against an ancient evil. She gripped her carved totem tightly, its smooth wood a small, warm counterpoint to the growing chill. She focused on its intricate details, the intertwined figures, the symbol of connection. They navigated through treacherous ravines, where icy waterfalls hung suspended like ancient stalactites, and across narrow, snow-covered ledges that dropped into unseen depths. Each step was a battle against the elements and against the invisible force trying to break their will. Then the illusions began. First subtle, a tree that seemed to shift its shape just out of her peripheral vision, a momentary glimpse of a familiar face in the swirling snowflakes, gone before she could fully register it. Then, more direct. As they rested for a moment, huddled behind a massive, snow-covered boulder, Sarah saw it. A fleeting image of Buster, whimpering, his leg caught in a trap, deep in the snow just ahead. Her heart leaped into her throat. "Mark, Buster," she cried, starting to rise. Mark's hand shot out, grabbing her arm with surprising force. "Sarah, no, it's not real. Buster's safe with Peterson." His voice was sharp, cutting through the illusion. The image shimmered, then dissolved, leaving behind only the pristine, undisturbed snow. Sarah gasped, her breath catching. The Shadow Walker knew their vulnerabilities. It was testing them, trying to lure them into danger, trying to shatter their resolve. "It's going to get worse," Mark warned, his eyes scanning their surroundings with fierce intensity. "Trust nothing you see or hear that isn't solid and real. Trust only your senses and me." They continued, the gloomwood pressing in, its silence now a palpable presence, heavy with unseen threats. The whispers intensified, no longer just a feeling, but faint, distorted voices, echoing the despair of countless lost souls. "Turn back, there is no hope. You will join us." Sarah fought back, focusing on Mark's steady presence beside her, on the crunch of her snowshoes, on the rhythmic beat of her own heart. She repeated Kaya's words in her mind, "Strengthen the light within." She thought of Emily, of Buster, of the illuminated bridge. Suddenly a shift. The air grew impossibly colder, a sharp, biting cold that felt unnatural, devoid of all warmth. The dense canopy above seemed to close in further, creating a tunnel of absolute blackness, even darker than the moonless night should allow. And then a sound, not a whisper, but a guttural, drawn-out growl. It was deep, resonating from the very earth beneath their feet, a sound of ancient, primal malevolence. "What was that?" Sarah whispered, her hand instinctively going to her sidearm, knowing it was useless, but needing something tangible. Mark froze, his thermal imager sweeping the oppressive darkness. "I'm getting something, a massive energy spike, off the charts, and movement all around us." The growl came again, closer this time, accompanied by the distinct, chilling sound of bells. Tiny, delicate chimes, but now interwoven with a discordant, maddening clang, echoing off the snow-covered trees, twisting and disorienting. Then from the impenetrable darkness ahead, two pinpricks of crimson light flared, impossibly bright against the black. They were higher than any animal, higher than any man, the Shadow Walker, and it was enraged. Its form coalesced from the darkness, taller, broader, and far more terrifying than its manifestation on Miller's Creek Bridge. It was a shifting, nebulous mass of absolute black, absorbing all light, its edges constantly flowing, never truly solidifying. The crimson eyes burned with an intelligent, ancient malice. Intruders, trespassers, you disturb my rest, you will pay. The whisper was no longer faint, but a thunderous roar inside Sarah's mind, each word a spike of ice. Sarah gasped, clutching her totem. The mental assault was overwhelming, a cacophony of fear, doubt, and images of her own worst failures. Emily's catatonic face, the endless bridge, her father's distant memory. It sought to drown her in her own despair. "Fight it, Sarah," Mark shouted, his voice strained, pulling out Kaya's leather pouch and clenching it. "Focus, don't give in." The Shadow Walker lunged, not physically, but spiritually. A wave of profound hopelessness washed over Sarah, so potent it almost brought her to her knees. Her legs buckled. She felt tears freezing on her cheeks. "You are nothing. You are weak. Your light will extinguish." But then the wolf charm grew intensely warm against her skin. A faint, almost imperceptible tremor ran through the ground, and for a split second, a distant, ethereal howl, thin as spun glass, seemed to echo through the mental chaos. It was the guardian, a subtle reminder, a thread of courage. Sarah forced herself to stand, shaking off the paralysis of despair. She looked at the Shadow Walker, at its burning eyes, and defiance flared within her. "No," she screamed, her voice raw, cutting through the mental noise. "We are not lost. We are here to bring light back. You will not win." She held up her carved totem, its intricate details suddenly seeming to glow with an inner strength. "This is a symbol of life, of connection. You feed on despair, but we bring hope." The Shadow Walker recoiled, its form rippling violently, the crimson eyes flickering like dying embers. The overwhelming mental assault faltered, broken by Sarah's direct defiance and the presence of the totem. It let out a guttural hiss, a sound of pure hatred and frustration. "It's reacting to the totem," Mark yelled, aiming his powerful tactical flashlight directly at the entity, though the light seemed to be swallowed by its form. "Keep pushing, Sarah." The entity began to shift, its form elongating, growing even more monstrous, trying to intimidate. It raised an arm, or what appeared to be an arm, and a swirl of icy wind erupted around them, whipping snow into a blinding vortex. Tree branches groaned and cracked under the unnatural assault. They pressed forward, Sarah holding the totem high, Mark covering her, his thermal imager useless against the cold, dark entity, but his presence a solid anchor. The Shadow Walker seemed unable to directly attack them while they held their ground with such defiance, but it threw everything else it had at them. Illusions of collapsing trees, terrifying phantom beasts emerging from the snow, and a relentless torrent of soul-crushing whispers. They fought through it step by agonizing step. The gloomwood was a battlefield for their minds, their wills. Sarah felt her energy draining, her voice hoarse from shouting defiance, but the totem in her hand and Mark's unwavering belief beside her kept her going. After what felt like an eternity, the intensity of the Shadow Walker's presence began to recede subtly, like a tide pulling back. The deep cold eased slightly, the auditory illusions lessened, and the crushing despair began to lift. The crimson eyes, though still visible in the receding darkness, seemed to shrink, becoming more distant. "It's falling back," Mark breathed, exhaustion evident in his voice. "We're pushing it." They emerged from the deepest, darkest part of the gloomwood into a slightly more open area. The trees here were even older, gnarled and twisted, their branches like skeletal arms reaching towards the unseen sky. And amidst these ancient sentinels, rising from the snow, were colossal, jagged rock formations, the teeth of the ancient ones. The atmosphere here was different, eerily still. A strange, almost magnetic pull emanated from the center of the formation. "The Heartstone," Sarah whispered, her heart hammering. "We're close." They pushed through a narrow crevice between two towering rock teeth, emerging into a desolate, circular clearing. In the very center, jutting from the snow-covered ground like a broken fang, was a massive obsidian-black stone. It was irregular in shape, riddled with fissures, and hummed with a tangible, oppressive energy. The ground around it was bare, scorched, as if no snow could cling to it, no life could grow. This was it, the wound Kaya spoke of, the core. As they approached, a chorus of whispers erupted from the fissures in the Heartstone, a chilling symphony of despair, thousands of voices intertwined, echoing the pain of every lost soul the Shadow Walker had ever consumed. "It's forever lost and forgotten, never found." The Shadow Walker itself was not visibly present, but its essence, its power, was overwhelming here. It was the source. The air pulsed with a thick, malevolent energy that threatened to choke them. Sarah clutched her totem, feeling its wood vibrate slightly. This was the moment. "Kaya said we needed to approach it with respect, with intention," Sarah murmured to Mark, her gaze fixed on the Heartstone. "And an offering, this totem. It's a symbol of hope. It's what I have." Mark nodded, his face grim but resolute. He unclipped his sidearm and laid it on the snow, a symbolic gesture. "We came here for a different kind of fight." Sarah walked towards the Heartstone, each step heavy, each breath a struggle against the crushing weight of despair. The voices intensified, trying to plant seeds of doubt. "Futile, you will fail just like everyone else," but she pushed through, focusing on the warmth of the wolf charm, on the cool, smooth wood of her totem. She reached the Heartstone, its surface cold and hard, radiating an ancient, chilling power. The fissures seemed to pulse with an inner darkness. With trembling hands, Sarah knelt and carefully placed her carved wooden totem at the base of the stone, where the scorched earth met the black obsidian. "We are here," Sarah said, her voice clear and strong despite the oppressive whispers, "to bring balance, to heal this wound, to remind you that even in darkness there is light, that hope endures, that connection prevails." As her words resonated in the still air, a strange thing happened. The whispers from the Heartstone faltered, a momentary pause in the cacophony. The oppressive energy around them seemed to waver, as if surprised by her defiance. Then the Heartstone began to glow, not with light but with an internal, flickering darkness, like embers dying in a forge. The fissures pulsed faster, and the whispers rose to a fever pitch, sounding enraged, desperate. "No, mine, you cannot." Suddenly, the ground around the Heartstone began to crack, the fissures widening, snaking outwards like dark veins. The air grew impossibly cold, and the entire clearing pulsed with raw, untamed power. The Shadow Walker was not contained. It was reacting, fighting back from its core. From the deepest fissure, a dark, viscous liquid began to ooze, black as crude oil, smoking with an unholy cold. It pooled around the Heartstone, spreading across the scorched earth, and as it did, distorted, wraith-like figures began to rise from it, swirling, shrieking forms of pure despair. They were lesser manifestations, fragmented pieces of the Shadow Walker's essence, but terrifying nonetheless. "Sarah, get back," Mark shouted, drawing his sidearm, knowing it was useless, but instincts kicking in. But Sarah stood her ground, her gaze fixed on the heartstone on her totem at its base. The whispers were overwhelming now, a torrent of terror designed to break her, but she felt the wolf charm burning against her chest, and she knew she couldn't retreat. This wasn't a physical fight, it was a battle of wills, of spirit. She closed her eyes for a moment and focused all her being. She thought of Emily returning to her mother, of Buster, loyal and brave, of Kaya, her ancient wisdom, of Mark, his unwavering support, of the community at the bridge, their shared laughter, their simple acts of hope. She poured all of it into the totem, into her intention. "This is our home," she cried, her voice echoing in the clearing, imbued with a power that surprised even herself. "And we will not let you corrupt it. We bring light, we bring life, we bring hope." As she spoke, the carved totem at the base of the heartstone began to glow, not with the dim, flickering darkness of the stone, but with a pure, gentle, golden light. It was soft, but incredibly potent, pushing back against the encroaching darkness. The wraith-like figures recoiled, hissing, dissolving back into the black ooze. The heartstone itself seemed to convulse, its dark glow intensifying, then dimming, as if in a struggle. The whispers rose to a crescendo of agony and fury, then, abruptly, fractured. They became disjointed, weaker, as if the connection was being strained. Then from the impenetrable darkness of the gloomwood, a single, clear, powerful howl ripped through the frigid air. It was closer than ever, vibrating through the very ground, a sound of ancient, boundless power and protection. The Guardian. The howl seemed to strike the heartstone like a physical blow. The dark oozing stopped. The glow of the stone flickered violently, then began to recede, as if being pulled back into the earth. The whispers ceased entirely, replaced by a profound, shuddering silence. The golden light from Sarah's totem pulsed, growing brighter, stronger, enveloping the base of the heartstone in a warm, protective glow. The fissures in the obsidian stone, previously oozing darkness, now seemed to seal, to mend, drawn together by the light. Slowly, agonizingly slowly, the black ooze around the heartstone receded, evaporating into thin air, leaving behind only the scorched earth. The oppressive energy lifted, replaced by a sense of profound stillness, almost peace. The bone-chilling cold eased, becoming merely the biting cold of winter. The heartstone still stood, black and formidable, but it no longer pulsed with malevolence. It was quiescent, silent, dormant. The wound had been cauterized, if not fully healed. Sarah stood, trembling, physically and emotionally drained, but filled with a profound sense of accomplishment. She had faced the Shadow Walker at its core, and she had pushed it back. Mark rushed to her side, pulling her into a tight embrace. "You did it, Sarah. You actually did it." His voice was thick with emotion, relief, and awe. Sarah looked at her totem, still glowing faintly at the base of the heartstone. It wasn't a triumph of destruction, but of containment. The Shadow Walker was not gone, but its power had been severed from its core. Its roots were cut. As the last golden light from the totem faded, absorbed by the now silent heartstone, the clearing was once again bathed in the faint, perpetual twilight of the gloomwood. The snow-covered trees stood sentinel, their ancient branches silent witnesses. They had done it. They had bound the Shadow Walker. But as they made their way out of the clearing, retracing their steps through the teeth of the Ancient Ones, a new thought began to surface in Sarah's mind. The Shadow Walker was a manifestation of despair. It fed on fear. It existed because these emotions existed. Could it truly be contained forever? or had they simply pushed it into a new, more subtle form? The journey back through the gloomwood was still arduous, the snow deep, the cold relentless, but the oppressive sense of malevolence was gone. The whispers were silent, the illusions no longer plagued them. The forest, though still ancient and formidable, felt quieter, purer. As they finally broke free of the gloomwood's ancient embrace, emerging into the slightly less dense forest, the first faint hint of dawn began to paint the eastern sky in soft hues of gray and rose. The moonless night was finally giving way. They stumbled upon their snow-tracked vehicle, parked exactly where they had left it, covered in a fresh layer of snow. Exhaustion threatened to overwhelm them, but a deep, quiet satisfaction settled over Sarah. They drove in silence, the rising sun casting long, pale shadows across the pristine snow. Sarah occasionally glanced at the wolf charm around her neck, its cool silver a comforting weight. She had found a profound strength within herself, a resilience she hadn't fully known she possessed. Upon their return, Peterson was waiting, his face etched with worry. When he saw them, safe and sound, a wave of relief washed over him. He didn't press for details, perhaps sensing that some stories were best left unsaid. He simply offered them hot coffee and a warm place to rest. Mark and Sarah quickly filed their official report, extensive deep wilderness reconnaissance mission, discovered an unusual geological formation, and conducted environmental impact survey. No incidents to report. It was a lie, but a necessary one. Over the next few weeks, the park experienced an unprecedented quiet. The reports of strange incidents, of disoriented hikers and inexplicable cold, dwindled to nothing. Miller's Creek Bridge remained a beacon of light, a popular spot for visitors, its calming atmosphere now a permanent fixture. Sarah continued her work as a ranger, but with a new depth of understanding. She walked the trails with an increased awareness, seeing the forest not just as trees and rocks, but as a living entity, capable of both light and shadow. She communicated regularly with Kaya, learning more about the delicate balance of the land. Kaya confirmed that the Heartstone was indeed quiet. "You have cut its roots, Ranger Davis," Kaya said, her eyes twinkling. "The Shadow Walker is weakened. It is cast adrift without its anchor. It will take a very long time for it to gather strength again if it ever can, but it is still a part of the land, a memory of sorrow. It cannot be truly destroyed, only contained, and you and all who walk with courage are its guardians now." Sarah spent hours reflecting on Kaya's words. Guardians, not just of the park, but of the light within people. It was a daunting responsibility, but also an empowering one. The park slowly returned to a sense of normalcy, but Sarah knew that normalcy was a fragile thing. The Shadow Walker was still out there, a lingering shadow without its core, a whisper without a voice. What would become of it? Would it find a new core, a new way to manifest? Or would it truly fade into legend, its power broken for good? One afternoon, a few months after their expedition, Sarah was patrolling near the Whispering Pines Ridge, the very place where the Shadow Walker had last been reported before their journey to the Gloomwood. The snow had melted, and spring was beginning to burst forth, painting the slopes in vibrant greens and wildflowers. She found herself at a quiet overlook, gazing down into a deep, secluded canyon. The air was fresh, filled with the scent of pine and damp earth. A gentle breeze rustled through the new leaves. The place felt peaceful, serene. Then she felt it, a familiar, subtle chill, a prickle at the back of her neck. Not the overwhelming, despair-inducing cold of the Shadow Walker at its full power, but a faint, ghost-like presence. A whisper of something ancient, something that had been there and was still there, however diminished. She scanned the canyon below, her eyes narrowing. Nothing. No shadows moving, no strange distortions, just the quiet, natural beauty of the wilderness. But the feeling persisted. It was like a faint echo, a memory of malice clinging to the deepest, most shadowed crevices of the canyon. The shadow walker, without its heartstone, without its core, was still a presence in the park. But now it was like a specter, a weakened, aimless entity, unable to fully manifest, unable to truly prey. It was bound, but not gone. Sarah knew then that their fight was not truly over. It had merely changed. They had won a major battle, but the war for the soul of the park, for the hearts and minds of those who ventured into its wild places, would be a continuous one. It would be a war fought not with weapons, but with vigilance, with connection, with the constant reaffirmation of hope against despair. As she turned to continue her patrol, a small, dark shape caught her eye at the very edge of the canyon, where a narrow, almost invisible trail snaked downwards. It was a single, small, intricately carved wooden bird, identical to Emily's, but this one was darker, older, its wood weathered by the elements. It sat nestled in a patch of moss, almost hidden. Sarah recognized it instantly. This wasn't one of Emily's. This was one of the lost ones, perhaps an offering left long ago, now revealed by the spring thaw. Or perhaps a subtle sign, a message from the shadow walker itself, a reminder that it lingered, that it watched. She approached it cautiously, her hand instinctively going to the wolf charm. She picked up the small bird. It was cold to the touch and seemed to hum with a faint, sorrowful energy. It was a reminder of what the shadow walker took and what it was at its heart, a manifestation of lost hope. She held the bird for a moment, then placed it gently back, not as an offering to the darkness, but as a silent acknowledgement of the lingering shadow. She knew she would need to continue her research, to deepen her understanding of this complex, ancient wilderness. Her next step, she realized, was not about searching for a new core or trying to destroy the undestroyable. It was about something more fundamental. It was about understanding the origin of the Shadow Walker's despair, the very first wound in the land that had allowed it to take root. Kaya had hinted at it, a place, a specific event, a source of profound sorrow that had initially created the spiritual scar. If they could understand that origin, perhaps they could truly begin the process of healing the land, of transforming the lingering sorrow into something else. Not just containing the darkness, but replacing it with light, nurturing a collective sense of peace and resilience that would starve the Shadow Walker forever. Sarah returned to the visitor center, the small wooden bird heavy in her hand, her mind already racing with new questions, new paths to explore. The sun was setting, casting long, golden shadows across the familiar landscape. Mark was at his desk, finishing up paperwork. He looked up as she entered, a tired smile on his face. "Long day, Sarah." She held up the small, carved wooden bird. "You could say that." Mark's smile faded as he recognized the object. He looked at her, a question in his eyes. "It's still out there, Mark," Sarah said, her voice quiet but firm. "Weakened, but it's still here. And I think there's more to its story, more to its beginning. If we can find that, if we can understand where it truly came from, we might find a way to truly heal this land." Mark leaned back in his chair, a thoughtful, weary look on his face. He knew Sarah was right. The fight was far from over. "All right, Sarah," he said, a sigh escaping his lips. "Where do we start this time?" Sarah placed the wooden bird on his desk, next to a map of the park. Her finger traced a line across the map, towards the most remote, unexplored regions. Kaya mentioned something about the first silence, Sarah began, her eyes alight with a renewed sense of purpose. An ancient tragedy, a place where the veil between worlds first thinned, where the first seed of despair was planted. Mark looked at the map, then at Sarah, a new weight settling onto his shoulders. This was a deeper dive into history, into mythology, into the very origins of the malevolence they fought. It was a path that promised more answers, but also more danger. The first silence, Mark repeated, the words sounding heavy, ominous. Sounds like a good place to find trouble. Or salvation, Sarah countered, a determined glint in her eyes. It's time we stopped fighting the symptoms, Mark. It's time we went to the source, the very beginning. Mark nodded slowly. Then let's get to work. But first, Sarah, let's get some more of those wolf charms from Kaya. I have a feeling we're going to need them. Their research began again, this time focused on uncovering the ancient history of the region, piecing together fragments of forgotten lore, legends, and archaeological records. Kaya became their primary source, her stories and explanations deepening their understanding of the spiritual landscape of the park. The first silence, Kaya explained, was not a single place, but a period and a specific location within the park. It referred to a time of profound loss for the ancient people, a catastrophic event that had left a lasting scar on the land and its spirit. A time when a great famine, coupled with a devastating epidemic, had swept through the valley, wiping out entire clans and leaving behind a pervasive sense of grief and unanswered questions. The land remembers, Kaya said, her voice somber. The earth holds the echoes of that sorrow. The Shadow Walker in its earliest form was born from that collective despair, a guardian twisted by pain, unable to find peace. It lingered in the places where the suffering was greatest, where the cries of the dying were silenced by the overwhelming loss. Sarah and Mark cross-referenced Kaya's accounts with obscure historical texts and geological surveys. They identified a remote, little-known plateau in the northern reaches of the park, often shrouded in an impenetrable mist, known ominously as the Valley of Echoes. Ancient maps hinted at forgotten burial grounds and sacred sites within its depths. Satellite imagery revealed strange, symmetrical rock formations that didn't appear natural, suggesting ancient human habitation, now swallowed by time and wilderness. The Valley of Echoes, Mark murmured, pointing to the location on a topographical map. It's notoriously difficult to access. Steep cliffs, treacherous footing, and the fog, it's always there, even on clear days. A perfect place for something to linger unnoticed for centuries, Sarah replied, a shiver running down her spine. If this is where the Shadow Walker was born, then this is where we need to go. We need to find the heart of that ancient sorrow. We need to understand its true nature. Their preparations for this new expedition were even more meticulous than before. This wasn't just about containment. It was about confronting the primordial wound itself. They packed specialized gear for high-altitude climbing and dense fog navigation. They also included materials for ancient cleansing rituals that Kaya had taught Sarah, bundles of dried herbs, purified water infused with protective minerals, and small, hand-carved stone tablets inscribed with symbols of remembrance and healing. This time, Sarah's personal totem was different. Instead of a defiant declaration, it was a symbol of reconciliation. She meticulously carved a small, smooth river stone, depicting two hands reaching out, not in struggle, but in comfort and understanding, encircled by a protective spiral of life. It was an offering of peace, of recognition for the ancient suffering, not a challenge. As they prepared to depart, Kaya met them at the cultural center, her gaze wise and knowing. She handed Sarah a small, woven pouch made of deer hide. This contains the ash from the ancient fires, Kaya explained, her voice low. Fires of mourning, of remembrance. It is a symbol of healing, of purification. Sprinkle it where the sorrow is deepest. Let it remind the land of the warmth of human spirit, even in grief. Sarah clutched the pouch, feeling its warmth seep into her palm. This was not just a rescue mission, it was a spiritual pilgrimage. They set out at dawn, leaving their truck at the furthest accessible trailhead. The air was crisp, but a heavy, almost unnatural fog already clung to the peaks surrounding the Valley of Echoes, a silent, ominous welcome. "This feels different, Sarah," Mark observed, his voice hushed as they began their ascent. "Even more ancient, more profound." Sarah nodded, her senses tingling. The feeling of the Shadow Walker was not here, not directly. Instead, there was an immense, pervasive sadness, a spiritual weight that seemed to press down on them from the very rocks and trees. It was the echo of unaddressed grief, the memory of loss that had birthed the entity they had battled. As they climbed higher, the fog thickened, swallowing the world around them, reducing visibility to mere feet. The silence became absolute, broken only by the muffled crunch of their boots on the rocky path. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath. They entered the Valley of Echoes. The air grew heavy, damp, and still. The fog swirled in strange patterns, occasionally revealing glimpses of colossal, strangely carved stone pillars, ancient and lichen-covered, rising like ghostly sentinels from the mist. And then the sound began. Faint at first, like the sigh of the wind, but gradually growing clearer, more distinct. It was the sound of weeping. Hundreds of voices, soft and mournful, carried on the fog, weaving a tapestry of ancient sorrow. It was the collective grief of those who had perished here, trapped in a timeless echo. Sarah felt a wave of profound sadness wash over her, tears stinging her eyes, though she couldn't say why. It was not her own sorrow, but the sorrow of the land itself. "The echoes," Mark whispered, his face pale in the faint light filtering through the fog. "This is it, Sarah." They pressed on, guided by the sound of the weeping, which seemed to emanate from the very heart of the valley. The carved stone pillars grew more frequent, forming a circular pattern, leading them deeper into the mist. Suddenly, the weeping intensified, becoming a chilling chorus of despair. The fog around them began to thicken, to coalesce, not into the dark, malevolent form of the Shadow Walker, but into indistinct, shimmering figures, transparent and sorrowful. These were the echoes of the lost, their faces indistinct, their forms wavering, their arms outstretched in silent lament. They were not threatening, but profoundly tragic, each one a testament to the unendurable pain that had permeated this place for centuries. They passed through them, feeling only an immense coldness, a pervasive, heart-wrenching grief. Sarah held the pouch of ash tightly, the small, smooth river stone a comfort in her other hand. This was the source. This was the wound, and they were here not to fight, but to mourn and to heal. They reached the center of the valley. The fog here was so dense, it was like being inside a cloud. The weeping was all around them, a heartbreaking symphony of ancient grief. And in the very heart of it all, revealed by a momentary parting of the mist, was a massive, weathered stone altar. It was covered in ancient markings, worn smooth by centuries of wind and weather, and at its base the ground was stained dark, as if with ancient blood or tears. This was the first silence, the place where the great loss had occurred, the birthplace of the Shadow Walker. Sarah approached the altar, her heart aching with the weight of the collective sorrow. She placed her carved river stone, the symbol of comfort and reconciliation, at its center. Then she opened the deer hide pouch and with trembling hands began to sprinkle the ash from the ancient fires of mourning over the altar. As the ash touched the weathered stone, a profound shift occurred. The sorrowful weeping around them faltered, then slowly, gradually began to recede, as if finally acknowledged, finally heard. The shimmering figures of the lost souls seemed to pause, their outstretched hands slowly lowering. Then the fog itself began to change. It thinned, it lightened, swirling away from the altar, revealing more of the ancient stone pillars, and beyond them the outlines of the valley walls. The heavy sense of grief began to lift, replaced by a quiet, solemn peace. A soft, ethereal light, not from the sun, but from within the valley itself, began to emanate from the altar, where the ash and the stone totem rested. It was a gentle, comforting glow, a silent balm on an ancient wound. The weeping faded entirely, replaced by a profound, reverent silence. It was a silence not of despair, but of peace, the first silence finally at rest. Sarah and Mark stood before the altar, witnessing the transformation. The echoes were gone. The pervasive sadness had dissipated. The wound was not fully healed, perhaps, but it was acknowledged, tended to, finally given the solace it had craved for centuries. A faint, almost imperceptible warmth spread through the valley, pushing back the lingering cold of ancient grief. The trees, previously obscured by the heavy fog, now stood revealed, ancient and majestic, their branches reaching towards the sky. Sarah felt a deep sense of calm, a quiet triumph that surpassed anything she had felt at the Hearthstone. This was not about fighting. It was about understanding, about compassion, about bringing peace to the root of the darkness. As the light from the altar it expanded, a warm, golden wave rippling through the valley of echoes. It pushed back the remaining tendrils of fog, revealing the full grandeur of the ancient pillars, now bathed in a soft, welcoming glow. The cold, heavy silence that had pervaded the valley was replaced by a gentle, almost reverent stillness, as if the land itself was sighing in relief. The pervasive sadness lifted entirely, leaving behind a clean, pure air, imbued with a delicate scent of damp earth and something indefinably sweet, like long-forgotten wildflowers. The shimmering figures of the lost souls, previously indistinct and sorrowful, were gone, not vanished but transformed. Sarah felt their presence still, but it was no longer a lament. It was a faint, warm resonance, a sense of peace and finally of rest. The Valley of Echoes lived up to its name, not with cries of despair, but with the quiet hum of spirits finally finding solace. Sarah felt a profound emotional release, a weight she hadn't realized she was carrying lifting from her shoulders. She looked at Mark, who stood beside her, his face alight with wonder and relief. His eyes met hers, and a silent understanding passed between them. They had done it. They had brought peace to the ancient wound, the source of the Shadow Walker's despair. The altar, with Sarah's carved river stone and Kaya's sacred ash, continued to glow softly, a new permanent beacon in the heart of the valley. The ancient markings on its surface, once dark and ominous, now seemed to shimmer with a gentle inner light. It was no longer a monument to suffering, but a testament to healing, a place where remembrance brought peace instead of pain. "It's quiet," Mark breathed, his voice barely a whisper, afraid to break the profound tranquility. "Truly quiet." Sarah nodded, a tear tracing a path down her cheek, but it was a tear of profound relief, not sadness. "The first silence at peace," she murmured, her voice thick with emotion. They lingered for a long time, simply absorbing the newly cleansed energy of the valley. The warmth persisted, a gentle embrace from the awakened land. They knew the valley would forever be a sacred place, a reminder of the delicate balance between grief and healing, darkness and light. Eventually, as the ethereal light from the altar began to subtly dim, blending with the natural, softening light of late morning filtering through the now clear skies, they knew it was time to depart. They had fulfilled their purpose here. They left the altar undisturbed, the river stone and ash becoming a permanent part of the valley's new spiritual landscape. As they began their descent from the Valley of Echoes, the atmosphere felt entirely different. The fog had completely dissipated, revealing breathtaking vistas of snow-capped peaks and vibrant spring forests. The path, previously treacherous and shrouded in despair, now felt clear, almost inviting. There was no sense of being watched, no lingering cold. The immense, pervasive sadness that had gripped them on the ascent was gone, replaced by a quiet joy, a sense of renewal. Even the ancient trees seemed to rustle with a happier, lighter breeze. Their journey back to the truck was long, but filled with a serene energy. They walked mostly in silence, each lost in their own thoughts, processing the monumental experience they had just shared. Sarah felt a profound shift within herself. The wolf charm around her neck felt lighter, almost humming with a peaceful energy. Her connection to the land, to its ancient guardians, felt deeper, more rooted. When they finally reached their vehicle, bathed in the gentle warmth of the afternoon sun, a sense of quiet triumph settled over them. They had ventured into the very heart of the park's ancient wound, and they had brought healing. Peterson was, as expected, waiting for them back at the visitor center, a fresh pot of coffee brewing. His worry quickly gave way to a knowing smile as he saw the exhaustion, but also the profound peace on their faces. He didn't ask for details, simply handed them mugs of steaming coffee and let them rest. He understood that some journeys transcended mere words. Over the next few weeks, a remarkable transformation began to ripple through the park. It wasn't just the absence of strange incidents. It was a palpable shift in the park's overall atmosphere. Hikers reported an increased sense of peace and well-being on the trails. Wildlife seemed more abundant, more visible, as if shaking off a long slumber. The trees appeared greener, the wildflowers more vibrant. Miller's Creek Bridge, already a symbol of hope, now seemed to radiate an even stronger, more comforting light. Emily, during one of her visits with Buster, told Sarah, "The bridge feels like it's singing now, Ranger Davis, a happy song." Kaya, when Sarah visited her a few days later, simply smiled, her eyes crinkling at the corners. "The land breathes again, Ranger Davis. The wound is closed. The shadow walker, it is no more, not as you knew it. Its roots have been severed from the sorrow that fed it. It is adrift, a fragment without power, without purpose. It will fade slowly into the forgotten whispers of the wind, a memory, nothing more." "So it's truly gone?" Sarah asked, a hopeful tremor in her voice. Kaya shook her head gently. "Nothing is truly gone in the spirit world, child. It is transformed. Its despair has been acknowledged, its sorrow soothed. It has found a kind of rest. But it is a reminder always that where there is great suffering, such things can stir. It is a lesson for us to nurture the light, to tend to the wounds, both in the land and in ourselves." Sarah understood. The shadow walker wasn't something they could simply obliterate like a physical enemy. It was a manifestation of profound grief, twisted into something malevolent. By healing the source of that grief, they hadn't destroyed the entity, but starved it, disarmed it, and allowed its essence to return to a more natural, quiescent state. It was now truly a shadow, without substance or influence. Her work as a park ranger took on a deeper meaning. She saw her role not just as protecting the physical landscape, but as tending to its spiritual health, fostering connection, and reminding people of the light within themselves and their communities. She taught local children about the importance of respecting the land, of leaving no trace, both physically and spiritually. She organized community cleanup days, not just for trash, but for fostering a sense of shared responsibility and pride. Mark, too, seemed to have undergone a transformation. He was still the pragmatic, by-the-book chief ranger, but a new lightness had entered his demeanor. He encouraged Sarah's initiatives, understood the subtle shifts in the park's energy, and even started a small community garden behind the visitor center, a place where people could connect with the earth and each other. "You know," Mark said to Sarah one afternoon, watching Emily and Buster playing near the newly vibrant creek, "I used to think my job was just about rules and regulations. Now, it feels like it's about stories, about preserving something far deeper than just trails and campsites." Sarah smiled, looking at the silver wolf charm that now felt so much a part of her. "It always was, Mark. We just had to learn how to read them." The park flourished. Spring bloomed into a glorious summer, drawing visitors from far and wide. The air was filled with laughter, the scent of pine, and the gentle whisper of the wind through the trees. The Whispering Pines Ridge was no longer ominous, but a challenging, beautiful trail. The Gloomwood, though still rugged and ancient, felt less forbidding, a place of quiet majesty rather than lurking dread. Life settled into a new rhythm, one of peace and growth, but Sarah knew that peace was a practice, not a permanent state. The world would always have shadows, always have moments of despair. Their victory wasn't about eradicating darkness, but about empowering light. One day, while reviewing old park archives, Sarah came across a faded photograph. It showed a group of early park rangers, decades ago, standing proudly in front of a newly constructed Miller's Creek Bridge. Among them, a tall, stern-looking woman, her face partially obscured by shadow, but holding a small, intricately carved wooden bird, identical to the one Emily had lost and the one Sarah had found. The chilling detail was the faint, almost imperceptible distortion around the woman's eyes in the photo, a familiar crimson glint if she looked closely enough. The hair on Sarah's arm stood on end. It was an old photo, and the effects could easily be attributed to poor quality or light reflections. But she felt a prickle of unease. The shadow walker, in its aimless, weakened form, had it lingered in the past too? Had it always been here, sometimes almost benign, a quiet presence feeding on subtle anxieties, until a major wound like the one at the first silence or the fear at the bridge gave it enough power to truly manifest? She remembered Kaya's words, "Nothing is truly gone. It is a reminder always." The entity might be quiet, its core severed, its origin soothed, but its essence, the concept of despair, would always exist. And if it could manifest in old photographs, in subtle ways, what did that mean for the future? A new realization dawned on Sarah. The park was not simply free of the shadow walker, it had absorbed it. The entity was now part of its history, a memory woven into the fabric of the land. It wasn't a threat, not anymore, but it was a truth. And perhaps its continued subtle presence, however diminished, served a new purpose. A constant, gentle reminder of the importance of vigilance, of nurturing hope, of protecting the fragile balance of light and shadow. This wasn't the end of the story, after all. It was the beginning of a new chapter, a new responsibility. Sarah's role as a guardian had expanded beyond simply fighting darkness. It now encompassed understanding it, integrating it, and ensuring it never gained dominion again. She knew she would continue to walk the park's trails, not just with her eyes, but with her spirit open. She would listen to the whispers of the wind, the rustle of the leaves, the stories held within the ancient trees. She would be a steward, a keeper of peace, ready to face whatever subtle shifts, whatever lingering echoes the park might reveal. The challenge wasn't gone, it had simply evolved. And Sarah, with Mark, Kaya, and the entire community behind her, was ready for it. The park, in all its majestic, mysterious beauty, was her charge, and she would protect it from physical harm and spiritual malaise with every fiber of her being. One afternoon, as the days began to short and the crisp hint of autumn was in the air, Sarah found herself at Miller's Creek Bridge. The solar lanterns, powered by the now abundant sunlight, glowed with their familiar, comforting warmth even in the daytime, a silent promise against the encroaching darkness of winter. Emily and Buster were there, as usual, skipping stones into the creek. "Ranger Davis," Emily called, her voice bright. "Look, Buster found something." Buster trotted towards Sarah, his tail wagging furiously, a small object clutched carefully in his mouth. He gently dropped it at Sarah's feet. It was a single, perfect feather, iridescent blue, from a stellar SJ, a notoriously shy bird that rarely ventured close to human activity. Sarah picked up the feather, marveling at its vibrant color. Stellar's jays were often considered messengers, symbols of resilience and communication. It felt like a subtle confirmation, a gentle nod from the wilderness itself. The park was alive, thriving, and it acknowledged their efforts. As she held the feather, a new thought sparked in Sarah's mind. The Shadow Walker had been born from the first silence, from a great, unaddressed sorrow. But what about the ancient guardians, the wolves, the protective spirits Kaya spoke of? Where had they come from? What was their origin? Kaya had often spoken of balance, of the interwoven nature of light and shadow. If the Shadow Walker emerged from profound grief, then perhaps its counterpoint, the protective force, had also arisen from an equally powerful ancient source. A profound joy, a collective strength, a deep connection to the earth itself. If Sarah could find the source of that ancient light, that primal good, perhaps she could reinforce the park's natural defenses, not just by healing wounds, but by strengthening its inherent vitality. It wasn't about fighting darkness anymore, but about amplifying light. She thought of the wolf charm, now a warm, comforting weight around her neck. She thought of the faint, ethereal howl she had heard in the gloomwood, a beacon of courage, the guardian. It had guided them, protected them. But what was its origin, its true beginning? This was the next chapter, a quest not to confront darkness, but to discover and honor the ancient light. It was a path that promised to deepen her understanding of the park's sacred heart, to reveal its true, unblemished soul. Sarah looked at the vibrant feather in her hand, then at the peaceful, glowing bridge, then up at the clear, boundless sky. The work of a ranger, she realized, was never truly done. It was a continuous journey of discovery, of stewardship, and of a profound connection to the living, breathing spirit of the wilderness. She smiled, a genuine, hopeful smile, and tucked the feather safely into her pocket. The sun began its slow descent, painting the sky in fiery hues of orange and purple, a glorious spectacle that always stirred Sarah's soul. The air grew cooler, but it was a refreshing cold, not the chilling dread of old. She knew where she had to start her research, not in dusty archives this time, but by returning to Kaya and listening, truly listening, to the ancient stories of creation, of life, and of the enduring light that had always existed alongside the shadows. There was a particular legend Kaya had hinted at, a tale of the first dawn, a time when the world was new and the spirits of the land first awoke, imbued with purity and immense power. A place, perhaps, where the purest essence of the park's light still resonated, waiting to be rediscovered. Sarah walked back towards the visitor center, her steps light, her mind already buzzing with possibilities. This wasn't a mission born of fear, but of profound curiosity and a desire to truly bring balance to the magnificent wilderness she had sworn to protect. Mark was locking up the office as she approached. He looked at her, sensing the renewed spark in her eyes. "Another adventure brewing, Ranger Davis?" he asked, a knowing grin on his face. Sarah held up the blue feather. "You could say that, Chief. I think it's time we learned more about the other side of the story, the origins of the light." Mark's grin widened. "Always something new with you, isn't it?" He pulled out his keys, then paused, looking towards the vast, darkening expanse of the park. "The first dawn, you said." Sarah nodded, her gaze fixed on the distant peaks, already turning purple in the twilight. "I believe so. A place where the land's purest light first touched the earth. A place of profound connection, of ancient strength." Mark sighed, a sound of gentle acceptance rather than weariness. "All right, Sarah, let's find it. But this time, maybe we bring a camera, capture some of that light for the visitor center. Might inspire a few more guardians." Sarah chuckled softly. "That's a good idea, Mark. A very good idea." The next few weeks were a flurry of preparation. Kaya shared stories of the Lumina Grove, a mythical place deep within the park where the first rays of the sun were said to have touched the earth, imbuing it with unparalleled life force. It was a place whispered about in ancient lore, a place of profound beauty and spiritual significance, rarely found and almost never spoken of. Kaya described it as a grove of ancient, bioluminescent trees, their leaves glowing with a soft, internal light, their roots intertwined with crystal springs that pulsed with healing energy. This was where the earliest nature spirits, including the first of the wolf guardians, were said to have drawn their power. Their expedition gear was meticulously chosen, not for survival against malevolence, but for reverence and connection. Sarah crafted a new totem, a delicate, open hand, holding a crystal she had found in a pristine stream, a symbol of receptivity and the giving of light. They packed a special camera to capture images of the grove, as Mark suggested, to share its light with the wider world. As the first snows of winter began to dust the peaks, they set out once more, their hearts filled with anticipation rather than trepidation. The journey to the Lumina Grove would be long and arduous, leading them through the highest, most untamed regions of the park. But this time, they were not hunting a shadow. They were seeking a source of light. They drove their snow-tracked vehicle as far as it could go, then switched to cross-country skis, their path winding through snow-laden forests and over frozen ridges. The air was crisp and clear, filled with the promise of untouched wilderness. The wolf charm around Sarah's neck felt warm, almost guiding her. There was no oppressive cold, no whispering despair. Instead, a pervasive sense of peace and a quiet hum of energy vibrated through the land. The forest felt alive, welcoming, its ancient spirit palpable. As they ascended higher, the snow grew deeper, the trees taller and more majestic. The silence was profound, but it was a vibrant, living silence, filled with the subtle sounds of nature. The soft whisper of the wind through pine needles, the distant hoot of an owl, the crunch of their skis on the pristine snow. Then they began to see the signs, not warnings but invitations. Small, intricately patterned ice formations clinging to rocks, trees whose bark shimmered with faint, ethereal patterns under the pale winter sun. It was as if the land itself was subtly directing them. They found themselves at the edge of a vast, hidden basin, enclosed by towering, snow-covered cliffs. A gentle mist, illuminated by an unseen light, rose from its depths, and through the mist, Sarah could discern the outlines of trees, larger and more ancient than any she had ever seen. "The Lumina Grove," Mark whispered, his voice filled with awe. They carefully descended into the basin. The air grew warmer, surprisingly so, and the ground beneath their skis became softer, less frozen. As they moved deeper, the mist grew thicker, swirling around them like a veil, yet infused with a soft, golden luminescence. And then they saw it. It was a clearing bathed in an otherworldly glow. Giant trees, their bark ancient and gnarled, reached towards the sky, but it was their leaves, countless and vibrant even in winter, that held the true wonder. Each leaf pulsed with an internal, gentle light, a soft, golden-green radiance that illuminated the entire grove. The ground beneath them was covered in bioluminescent moss and delicate, glowing flowers, their petals unfurling in the perpetual, gentle light. Crystal-clear springs bubbled from the earth, their waters shimmering with an inner luminescence, flowing into pools that glowed with a deep, serene blue. The air was alive with the soft hum of energy, a vibrant, peaceful symphony that resonated deep within their souls. This was the Lumina Grove, the heart of the park's ancient light. Sarah and Mark stood in stunned silence, completely enveloped by the beauty and profound energy of the grove. It was more breathtaking than any legend could describe. This was not a place to be fought for, but to be revered, understood, and protected. From the glowing mist at the edge of the grove, a shape began to emerge. Not dark and menacing, but ethereal, shimmering with a soft, silver light. It was a wolf, larger and more majestic than any she had ever seen, its fur like spun moonlight, its eyes deep and knowing. The Guardian. It approached them slowly, gracefully, its steps silent on the glowing moss. It stopped a few feet away, its gaze resting first on Sarah, then on Mark, its presence radiating an ancient wisdom and a deep, boundless peace. There was no fear, only reverence and a profound sense of belonging. The Guardian was not just a symbol, it was real, and it was here, in the very heart of the park's light. Sarah, filled with an overwhelming sense of connection, knelt before the magnificent creature. She held out her hand, offering the crystal totem. The wolf gently touched its nose to the crystal, and a jolt of pure, warm energy flowed through Sarah, connecting her to the grove, to the wolf, to the very essence of the land. It was a moment of profound revelation. The light, the hope, the connection, it was all here, always had been, waiting to be found, to be nurtured. The park was not just a physical space, but a living, breathing entity with its own heart, its own soul. They had found the source of the light, and in doing so, they had found a new understanding of their purpose. They were not just guardians against darkness, but stewards of this profound light, entrusted with its protection and its amplification. As the Guardian turned and slowly faded back into the shimmering mist, leaving behind only a lingering scent of pine and something ancient, Sarah knew their journey had just truly begun. The park's story was one of eternal balance, of an ongoing dance between shadow and light, and they were now an integral part of that dance. They spent hours in the Lumina Grove, simply absorbing its peaceful energy, Mark capturing photographs, Sarah sketching in her journal, both of them feeling a deep spiritual nourishment they had never experienced before. They understood that this place was not to be exploited or overvisited, but to be held sacred, a secret heart for the park, its pure light radiating outwards, slowly transforming the entire wilderness. As they finally prepared to depart, leaving the grove to its pristine, glowing solitude, Sarah looked back at the bioluminescent trees, their light a beacon of hope in the vast wilderness. They had faced the deepest darkness, and they had found the brightest light. The challenges were far from over. Maintaining the balance, nurturing the park's light, and ensuring the memory of the Shadow Walker remained a lesson rather than a threat would be a lifelong endeavor. But now they had the knowledge, the connection, and the profound peace of the Lumina Grove to guide them. The park was healed, the balance was restored, and the Guardians were ready to continue their watch, forever vigilant, forever hopeful. Their journey was not an ending, but a new, enlightened beginning. The journey back from the Lumina Grove was different from any other. It wasn't a triumphant march, nor a weary retreat. It was a pilgrimage completed, a profound understanding woven into the fabric of their beings. The profound peace of the grove resonated within them, a quiet strength that transcended exhaustion. The cold of winter still embraced the high peaks, but it felt crisp and invigorating, no longer biting or threatening. They skied through the snow-laden forests, their movements fluid, almost effortless, guided by an inner compass that hummed with purpose. When they finally returned to the visitor center, the setting sun cast long, golden shadows across the snow, painting the familiar landscape with a new hue of warmth. Peterson met them, his expression a mixture of relief and unspoken curiosity. He looked at Sarah and Mark, noting the serenity in their eyes, the quiet power that now seemed to emanate from them. He simply offered them a steaming pot of herbal tea, brewed specially, sensing that words were inadequate for whatever they had experienced. In the weeks and months that followed, the park transformed in subtle yet profound ways. The Lumina Grove remained their sacred secret, a wellspring of light whose energy permeated the entire wilderness. Sarah and Mark dedicated themselves to their new roles as stewards of this light. Their patrols weren't just about enforcement, they were about connection. Sarah walked the trails with an even deeper reverence, her senses attuned to the whispers of the wind, the rustle of leaves, the vibrant life force that thrummed beneath the earth. She found herself instinctively knowing where a lost hiker might be, or which patch of forest needed a little extra care. The photographs Mark had taken in the grove, carefully curated and displayed in a small, discreet exhibit at the visitor center, didn't reveal the full, otherworldly glow, but they captured a sense of serene beauty, an ethereal quality that drew visitors in. People often lingered before them, commenting on a feeling of peace and wonder they couldn't quite explain. "It's like looking into the soul of the forest," one visitor remarked, echoing Sarah's own feelings. Kaya became an even more central figure in their lives, no longer just a source of ancient wisdom, but a partner in their guardianship. She worked with Sarah to develop educational programs that focused not on warning against darkness, but on nurturing connection, gratitude, and a deeper respect for the earth. Children from the local communities learned about the spirit of the land, about the importance of hope and empathy. They started planting native wildflowers around the park's trails, not just for ecological restoration, but as a symbolic act of tending to the land's inherent light. Emily, now a bit older, became an unofficial junior ranger, often accompanying Sarah on her easier patrols. She'd bring Buster, who, since the Lumina Grove, seemed to possess an almost uncanny ability to sense the subtle energies of the park, often nudging Sarah towards a spot that needed quiet contemplation or where a sapling was struggling. Emily's carved wooden birds, now carefully placed around the visitor center, seemed to shimmer with a gentle, protective energy, no longer innocent lost tokens, but symbols of enduring hope. Miller's Creek Bridge, the first beacon of light, flourished. The solar lanterns shone brighter, the laughter of visitors echoed more joyously. It became a living testament to the power of community and shared purpose. Sarah often found herself there, sitting on the bench, watching the creek flow, feeling the pulse of the park. She still felt the subtle prickle of the shadow walker's memory sometimes, a faint, almost benign echo in the deepest ravines, a reminder of the darkness that could stir if vigilance faltered. But it was no longer a threat. It was a lesson, woven into the fabric of the park's history, a shadow that highlighted the brilliance of the light they now fiercely protected. The old photograph, the one with the distorted ranger, remained in the archives. Sarah sometimes looked at it, not with fear but with understanding. The shadow walker had always existed as a potential, a manifestation of unaddressed sorrow. Now its power was gone, its influence starved. It was a myth, a ghost, a cautionary tale. Their victory wasn't about annihilation but transformation. One vibrant summer afternoon, Sarah stood at Whispering Pines Ridge, the very place where her journey had truly begun. The pines no longer whispered with dread, but with the gentle murmur of a summer breeze. The canyon below, once a place of lurking fear, now teemed with life, its shadows comforting and cool. The air hummed with a palpable sense of peace and vitality. Mark walked up beside her, a contented smile on his face. "It's beautiful, isn't it?" he said, gesturing to the sprawling vista. Sarah nodded, a profound sense of gratitude swelling in her chest. "More beautiful than I ever imagined possible. It's alive, Mark, truly alive." He put a hand on her shoulder. "You did this, Sarah. You showed us the way to truly protect it." Sarah shook her head gently. "We did it, Mark, all of us. And it's not just about protecting it from darkness anymore. It's about letting its light shine every single day." The park was no longer just a collection of trees and trails. It was a living, breathing entity, its heart beating with ancient life, its spirit strong and resilient. And Sarah, the ranger who had once fought shadows, was now a true guardian, a steward of its boundless beauty and profound peace. Her journey was far from over. It was an eternal dance with the wilderness, a continuous act of love and vigilance. The sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in a spectacular array of fiery colors, and Sarah knew, with every fiber of her being, that the light would always prevail.